welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the PiGosaur Cup number 67, your weekly dose of open StarCraft. I'm of course your host VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat as well. Welcome one and all, bienvenidos papi, bienvenidos. And also a big shout out to Rowdy in the chat, Rowdy, thank you so much for subscribing for 30 months in a row. Show feet. You're an animal. you're Rowdy. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. Welcome. As we are jumping into a live broadcast, it's been a while. It's been a couple of days. It's been like a week. Again, we've been stuck with a lot of replay casts as of late, but now we're jumping into a live broadcast of the PiGosaur Cup. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, the bracket is live. The bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into the round of 32 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the teal Protoss player. It is Ophthalmologist. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Xeratus Esports. It is Universe. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our initial best of 3. Round of 32. Let's go. Let us go. When it comes to the rest of the bracket, we'll be getting into it. We'll be getting into the rest of the bracket momentarily after this series does conclude. Until then, we are jumping on in. And it's great to see Universe return. For those that are curious, Universe, he's a Korean Terran player, and he did retire. Why did he retire? He went to the military. Went to the military quite some time ago, and he only recently, as of like 2 weeks ago, I want to say like 2 weeks ago, Universe did return from the military. He is back from his service, and he is playing again. He's playing, he's competing. He just joined Xeratus Esports a couple of days ago. It was just announced. So great to see his return, and you will see how hard or how far Universe can kind of thrive. For those that are unaware, at least a couple of years ago when it was competing, Universe, he was one of the more up-and-coming players. He was a little bit more amateurish in Masters, GM. I would say a level below Genio, for example, like Genio, Honmono, Quanta, Percival. Those are like the kind of like Code A Korean Terrans. Universe was just below them. But he was still like actively competing on a regular basis, and he was also hosting his own show matches. If you recall, you were hosting the Universe show matches. That was again like 2-3 years ago. Jesus. But here we go. We're here. We are back, and we'll see how he compares to Ophthalmologist. We'll see. Let's go. As the initial Reaper does dip into the main. Does dip in. It was a double gas opener out of Universe, going for a faster factory. Heavier tech start here out of our Terran player. Going for a heavier tech opener. Oh, speaking of heavier tech, so Reaper into Reactor into Tech Lab. We're not going into Reactor Reaper Hellion. It looks like we're going into an earlier Cyclone instead. So second production has begun. From here we can go into an earlier Medevac, an earlier drop. We'll see how Universe sells pieces all together. We can see it's not going to be a one-way all in. The CC's on the way in the main. Probe was just sniped, but I believe the Ophthalmologist did scout everything he needed to. Yep, he saw the factory and he saw the CC. He knows. Ophthalmologist, he has seen everything he needs to. Is fully aware. Oh. So Reaper is going to be zoned away. Again, trying to get a scout off. Stalkers are in position. Oh, one more. Yeah, one more shot does go down. Nice pick off here by Ophthalmologist. Universe, he sees nothing. We can see, of course, it is a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink, a more versatile kind of and standard follow-up here out of Ophthalmologist. The question becomes, how many gateways, how many gases are we going to take as well? Do we go 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? Now, I would say, especially on Ruby Rock, it is safer and it is more advised to go for a higher gateway count just because of the shorter rush distance by ground. And there's a higher chance the Universe does push. What do you see here? Tank production. Cyclone into tank, into Medevac. We might just rally across the map with a Viking follow-up here into a borderline all-in. We'll see how committed the Universe is going to be, but again, we're expecting more tanks and potentially a Viking. As it's still kind of piecing this all together. First tank to siege. There's the second tank. It was a bit of a later second tank. We had some disrupted gas mining. We can see why. Only 2 in gas here in the main base, so that's why we're missing gases. So gas is missing. Universe does move out. Again, typically with this you do rally a Viking to support, but there's no Viking production here with that starport. Okay, so this is committed, but this is a bit of a shaky execution when it comes to the build. So a little bit shaky here. Again, delayed second tank. Delayed move outs. Oh, does get on top of one of those stalkers. Lock on is going to bring one of them down. Oh, he wants, oh, two stalkers. Full miscontrol there out of Ophthalmologist. Yeah, it does go too far in. Bleeds out two stalkers. Blink just now finishing up. And he needs that tank. Nice we go. Gets a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Doesn't avoid the tank shots. Observer gets spotted. We have to buy time for more warpins. More warpins, more stalkers. Second tank is almost here. Oh, second tank may just rally into the stalkers though. Miss rally. Oh, Jesus. Okay, does pivot back around. The tank is repositioning, getting within range of the gateway. He's now within range. We have to dive in the summary before the second tank arrives, and he does dive. He gets one. Yeah, gets one of the tanks. Pulls back and should get the other tank as well. Oh, the medevac. Oh my god, hot pick up. Whew. Medevac barely does save. Ophthalmologist, where are the warpins? Where are the warpins, by the way? Where are the oh, late warpins. Late warpins here out of Ophthalmologist. His macro is slipping. His macro is slipping. We mule that tank. Tank is going to be repaired. Pylon goes down. Did he go 2-gate? He did. Yeah, he went 2-gate, blink into a third. So we just spoke about how you don't want to go. You want to go for a higher gateway count. He went for a lower gate count. He gets caught out. Voids are being pulled. Massive tank shots, but the tank will go down. Just barely. Oh, boogie the mast. Oh my god, just barely goes down. There's still Marines left over, and this is too much. Yeah, too much damage. Ophthalmologist was just too greedy. Too greedy. Did lapse when it came to his macro as well. He had the tools to defend. But he's lost so much. Does get that tank though. Does focus on the tank. Bearing in mind the universe has a massive worker advantage here. 50 SCVs to the 30 probes of Ophthalmologist. 30 TCs on the way. Universe, he has done enough damage. Did enough damage. Again, Ophthalmologist had the tools to defend, but again, the execution was lacking when it came to the warpins, the reinforcements, the lack of extra gateways. The gateways came up much, much later as we just had a greedier build. Oh, and Ophthalmologist out of position. The Liberators have arrived. We got the freedom. We got the freedom. As mining's being designed at the third base, meanwhile repositioning here at the natural or even towards the main. Ophthalmologist does clean up one of the Liberators at least. The other still denying mining. Universe is claiming his third. Stim is now done. So with Stim, Universe should be able to establish his third base, zone this away. His army was out of position. So he bleeds out a couple of units, a couple of SCVs. And technically, there's nothing really pressuring Universe. Like, he doesn't have to move out. Doesn't have to push. He can just chill. He can just chill back home, set up his third base, get a fourth CC, getting some more Liberators, second star ports, greater upgrades. The pressure instead is on Ophthalmologist to recover, to take more expansions, and to try to harass and deal some kind of counter damage. Now, the one advantage that Ophthalmologist has is the upgrades. The E-bays are late. These are late E-bays here at the Universe, so late E-bays, late upgrades. That is something going the Protoss' way. Meanwhile, double drop on the right-hand side. Ophthalmologist does find a couple of naked tanks. And he gets one. Gets one tank at the same time. Ooh, no shield battery! Yeah, there's no batteries here. Alas, Universe does not dive. Yeah, he doesn't dive in. Gets both sentries at least. Double drop into the main. There is no refill available, at least on the main. And it's getting out of hand. Depowers all the gateways. Artosis pylon goes down. The Zealots are stuck in a choke point. They cannot engage. Drop back in was affected. And Universe just pulling Octomologist apart. Chasing out the final Colossus. The shield battery does keep it alive, just barely. The MVP battery. And Universe just chilling, getting more axes. We have a 4th CC on the way. Again, as I mentioned before, there's just no pressure. There's no pressure on the Terran. So Universe can just chill, get more bases, look to max out. Can settle in, baby. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Comrade in the chat. God, baby. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey, it's duck time. It's time to quack. Thank you so much for subscribing once again with Twitch Prime for 17 months. 17 months back. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. As Universe is pushing. He's pushing, he's committing. This time moving out with almost everything. And we'll see if Octomologist can survive this. He's got 2 Colossus, which is nice. There are no Vikings. That's also nice. No Viking production. But University just sort of steps in. Yeah, there's just no buffer. There's no buffer. There's no support for the Colossus. They're exposed. They're naked. Oh, 1 Colossus goes down. There's 1 left. Universe does try to bait the army out. Takes down both pylons, ensuring there's no more Colossi. See the Marauders, he wants to dive in, but doesn't really have enough. Up! 1 more volley, he gets it! Oh my god. Barely takes down the Colossus, and here comes the F2. We can just rally everything. And with that Universe, he is back from military, and he's looking to take a lead in the series. Looking to take it game 1. Bearing in mind it's still a best of 3, so we still have more games ahead of us. But GG gets called, and Universe, he takes that lead, takes the first game, is up 1-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Octomologist had the tools to defend, unfortunately did cut some corners. We did emphasize how, especially on Ruby Rock, it is advised to go for a higher gateway count to cut less corners and to be a little bit safer, but he went 2 gate blink. He went 2 gate blink into a 3rd base, so he had the bare minimum to defend. Even then, we saw just lack of warp-ins, lack of macro. We did have some nice engagements, but the reinforcements were lacking, the macro was lacking. As a result, could not keep up, could not defend. GG. GG, well played. With that, Universe takes a lead in the series. Now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into Old Republic. Okay. Going to be loading into the Old Republic here. After this series, and assuming that we go to the ace match, of course, but once we wrap up the series, then we can discuss the bracket itself. We'll be able to go over it. We'll get there. We'll get there. We will get there. For now, though, we are going to be loading into a larger map. True. Larger map of the map, longer rush distance by grounds. Much more defendable early on 3 bases. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the Teal Protoss player. The Teal Protoss himself. It is Octomologist. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. The Red Terran himself, representing Xerxes Esports. It is a Universe. Here we go. What is an Octomologist? Like, as in, is this like a study of the month of October? Like, what's going what's going on? I'm curious where the ID comes from. That's a perplexes me a little bit. What's going on? What's going on? Study of octopus? Maybe. Just of octagonal shapes. There's sometimes some IDs like this that are it's interesting. Hey, it's more interesting than like Nest T or something, right? True. Where are we at? As once again, Universe is going double gas. Once again, I will say that coming into this game, there's a higher chance that Octomologist would be able to get away with a more greedier build and cut some corners. But after what happened last game, he might be feeling a little bit less safe to do so. Like, this is where mind games come into play. But I would expect to see something more economic. Just 2 gate blink into a 3rd base would make sense. Hello. As I believe we should be hiding this probe to go in for a secondary scout. We'll see. Meanwhile, there's that faster factory. Again, double gas opener. Faster factory. Universe is scouting it nearby, checking for proxy locations. Meanwhile, Ophthalmologist will be able to go back in. Does back in. Is denied. And so far, same build. To be honest, it is the same build here, and it makes sense. Like, if Universe has been gone for an extended period of time and just now coming back, the likelihood of Universe having multiple builds available is very low. So there's a chance that we just go for the same opener, like Cyclone into first tank, into second tank, into medevac, into rally across the map, into like a borderline all-in. I will say that this build is weaker on the Old Republic, so that is going to be hurting Universe, but we'll see if he goes for it. We'll see if he deviates. Because so far, same build. So far. It might be the only build he knows in TVP right now. Like, it's it's possible. It's possible. He has not been back long. And already we have a safer build. We have 2 gates on the way here at the natural, 1 gate in the main, so 3-gate blink this time. So much safer opener, a much more safer build here out of Ophthalmologist. Opening up 3-gate blink, safety shield battery. And this time we'll be delaying his 3rd. Meanwhile, yep, Cyclone into tank. So far, it does look like the exact same build. Hallucination goes in, confirms the 1-1-1. Confirms the tech lab on the factory, confirms no add-on swap. And soon Universe will move out. This time he actually has 3 and 3 in gas, so this time his second tank is not delayed. So even though this build should be weaker on this map, the execution and the build itself is more refined. It is a little bit of a better execution here by Universe. He has more efficient mining. He has just a tighter timing here. He's moving out. Meanwhile, Ophthalmologist delays his 3rd base a little bit further, going for a Robo and a Forge. But he has to engage. He does fail to spot the move out. Uh-oh. Ideally, you do want to engage ahead of time to slow this down. There we go. Does spot the move out. He knows. Army's getting in position. Ideally, Ophthalmologist wants to force an early siege. Big is almost done. Does pull away. Breaks a lock on. Sentry does go down. He has blink. Oh, not yet. Just not finishing up. Tank is exposed. Ooh, the tank does siege. Tank sieges up. Where's the warp in? Ooh, he's lacking gases. He didn't pull in. Oh, no. Yeah, dives on the first tank, but this might just be game. Here, his second gas. He has no mining here in gas, so he cannot warp in Stalkers. That's why he's warping in Zealots. Ah, so he messed up. Yeah, he messed up here at the natural. That's why you can see he has 300. He has 600 minerals, but he has no gas. He can't warp in. No. He's missing the gases, Fab. Yeah. Again, this should have been a cleaner defense out of Ophthalmologist, but again, no warp-ins, no reinforcements, or late warp-ins, late reinforcements. The macro did slip. And Universe has broken the 3rd and even broken the main. Cybercore goes down, the gateway goes down. Ay. And with that Universe, he's going to be snowballing out of control. Breaks through the Zealots. Again, charge is not yet done. And once charge finishes, I believe Ophthalmologist will be able to clean this up. He should be able to shut this down. But again, the damage is brutal. And back at home, Universe should be expanding. He's getting his CC on location, which is a little bit greedy. Yep, here comes charge. Cleans up the army. University has to buy time. Otherwise, he will be forced to cancel. Now pulling into gas. Oh, no shot. Jeez. Literally achieving so much.
All hands to battle stations.
You know, we have a scan of the main base. Not really getting eyes on too much here, at least confirming there's no Bay, there's no Colossus production, for example. Octomol just has to make a choice. Either go for an all-in or try to macro out of this. And we have the answer. He's going to try to macro. Octomol just is behind. There's a study of the number 8s or octopus or octagons or whatever. Should be octology. True, true. Oh, I mean, octology would be, I guess, would be the study of it, right? And the octomologist would be like the profession itself. Maybe it's the study of octaves. The Versace rats. Maybe, maybe. Shop is cleaned up. So here we go. So University does break out. When it comes to the main armies here, I believe there should be one Colossus. There's going to be one Colossus to defend. One Colossus. There's going to be a couple of force fields available as well to try to slow this down. But the numbers just are not there. Not for the Protoss. Zealot run by will catch some reinforcements, but not enough Zealots. Cruise them into the main base. At the same time, here comes the main army. And again, there's no splash damage. The Colossus just now coming in. Oh my god. Widowmines trying to cause a bit of pretty friendly fire. At least Octomologist is hoping for that, but doesn't have enough. Yeah, the army sims in. The Colossus is exposed. Colossus goes down, and there's nothing left. There's nothing left. The Zealots across the map, they're being cleaned up as well. They're doing what they can, but there's only 2 Zealots left. GG gets called, and Universe will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Universe for claiming this series, and my condolences to Octomologist. I will say that both Game 1 and Game 2, there was potential for a defense. Game 2 was a little bit shakier. Game 1, he had a greedier build and was cutting corners and was punished for it. Here in Game 2, we saw that Octomologist was late to pull into a second gas, so he was lacking gas, which means he actually couldn't warp in Stalkers. He was stuck warping in slow lots to reinforce his army. So, unfortunately, just a little bit of a lapse of macro, a little bit of a lapse of attention to the economy, and alas, did result in a loss there. GG. GG, well played. Was close though. Was close. Can definitely see a world where Octomologist can tighten up their play and actually pull off the defense and allow for the game to progress from there. But GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Universe. And now let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look back yourselves. We have a lot of updates. Oh my god. Okay, from the top, we have herO. herO, he is the #1 seed of the tournament, and it's going to be herO versus Matt, the French Zerg player in the round of 16. So best of luck to Matt. Best of luck. As Matt is one of the few D-gens in the tournament. Again, this is very, very late in the land of Europe. I think it's like 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. So it's very rare to see Europeans compete in this event. But hey, Matt is one of our EU D-gen representatives. Typically we have players like Clem here and MaxPax, but I'm sure Clem is resting after HomeStory Cup and MaxPax is nowhere to be found. Interesting. Scrolling down, we have Nice versus Shino. Shino, another, I believe, French Zerg player as well, I believe. They're going to be facing off also in the round of 16. Best of luck. Best of luck. Meanwhile, we have Cure. We have Cure versus Universe. That's going to be our next series. We have Universe taking down Octomologist 2-0. We have Universe versus Cure in a TVT in the next round. Going down, we have scrolling down, we do have Creator. Creator, he is up against Bomyoja. Bomyoja takes down Leroy 2-0, so we have a PvP between Creator and Bomyoja. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Solar. Solar, he's waiting for the winner of Patches and the Wayman. in that round of 16. Let's going down a little bit further. We have Shameless. Shameless is up against Perceive in a PvT. Perceive is a Korean Terran player, not to be confused with Percival. They are both different players. As Perceive took down Greenert 2-0. We then have Björn. Björn waiting for the winner of Nylon and Aeronautic. I believe they're facing off in the European server. We then have Percival. Percival up against Jay. Jay takes down Ruxus. And we have Percival versus Jay in a TVZ, as Jay, of course, is a Canadian Zerg player. So the round of 32 is slowly wrapping up. We're getting into the round of 16, and you can see kind of what we were looking for here. The reason why we dove onto Universe versus Ophthalmologist is to get into Cure, is to potentially get into Cure versus Creator. I did want to avoid the mirror matchup. What I mean by that, the higher chance that we have herO versus Nice in the upper quarterfinals. I wanted to avoid the PvP. Scrolling down a little bit further here. Scrolling down a little bit further, I did want to avoid the TVT, or the potential TVT, between Björn and Percival. So personally, I just wanted to try to avoid the mirror matchups. My eyes were on potentially Cure versus Creator or Solar versus Shameless. Did decide to go for the Cure Creator matchup. Potential Cure Creator matchup, of course. So we are getting there. When it comes to this tournament, bearing in mind that the semifinals are not held, so there's a very high chance that both semifinals will happen at the same time. Very, very high chance that that does occur. And bearing in mind as well, something unique about this tournament is the format. The semifinals are best of 5s. Typically, in open cups, the semifinals are best of 3s. That's the case for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, Water TV Mondays, and for Monday Night Weeklies as well, and KSL and other events. But specifically for this tournament, just because the tournament was running a little bit fast, because they don't hold matches, right? Because they don't hold matches, the event was wrapping up a little bit too quickly, so they did decide to elongate the tournament a little bit by creating a best of 5 in those semifinals instead. Which makes sense, right? For a lot of the other tournaments, like our events or like Wardy's tournament, the semifinals are held and both are casted, so that does kind of like give a little bit more breadth, or it does give a little bit more kind of meat to a broadcast that otherwise isn't here for PiGosaur Cup. So that does give it a little bit more of a unique flavor, I should say. Unique flavor. But here we go. We're getting into our next series. We're getting into the round of 16. It is going to be that TVT between Cure and Universe. Let's go. Just catching it. Been trying to figure out what it means, but I found nothing. Oh, I mean, it's a made-up word. Like, it's shout out to Ophthalmologist. That's why we're having fun. Like, what could it mean? What does he want to research? Where do his interests lie? Maybe he only researches in the month of October. Maybe that's when he... I don't know. Well, let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. It is Universe for Exertus Esports. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our round of 16 match. Coming into this, Cure is the heavy favorite, 100%. But Universe, he has it in him here to cause some upsets, I want to believe. I mean, at least in his prime, bearing in mind the Universe only recently returned from the military, so Universe is still finding his footing. He's still trying to settle back into StarCraft. Best of luck. Best of luck. I think he's from a fishing family and fishes for squid. This is a little inside joke. True, true. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Let's go. That's gonna get confusing. Percival versus Perceive. We have, I was gonna say we have casted that. That has happened already a couple of times. I want to say that occurred in Sparkling Tuna Cup a couple of weeks ago. Like a couple of weeks ago, Percival versus Perceive did occur. We didn't get to cast it, unfortunately. Didn't get to cast it, but it did happen. It has happened. It's not as confusing as Silky versus Silky though, or Bunny versus Bunny. Not as confusing. Or Phoenix versus Phoenix. There's a couple of player names out there that do double up. It's a couple of them. There's another that's slipping my mind. Oh. A hero, a true hero. Yeah. There's like 4 different heroes. True. Smooch. There's another one. This Dong one. Yeah. The Dongs. Battle of the Dong. So those are it's a lot of Dong wars back in the day. With J Dong, Dong Rei Gu, Dong one. Good times. Good times. Good times. For now, though. For now, double gas. We have a double gas opener out of Cure, double gas opener out of Universe. We have so far mirrored builds. Mirrored opener, I should say. The follow-up here, we do see reacted Reaper Hellion out of Cure. Meanwhile, I believe regular Reaper Hellion into a delayed reactor from Universe. This is a little bit scary. This does mean initially we have equivalent army compositions, but Cure is going to be able to reinforce a little bit faster with extra Reapers. Never mind, he's going to Marines. He does move out, and who catches who? Universe in the tall grass, but alas, Cure does shoot first. Yeah, he shoots first. We see Universe out of position, racing back home. Curie's on the high ground. Gets another volley off. Yeah, 2 volleys off, delays the CC, picks off the SCV, gets 1, gets 2 SCV kills, and the army's clumping. Yeah, the army's clumping, massive Hellion shots, and Universe, he will lose everything. Everything goes down, massive delay on the CC, and with that, Universe, he has nothing. He has a Cyclone that's in production. But this is a heavy delay here for Universe, as he just cannot finish the CC. He cannot finish his natural. Hellion goes down, back at home. Cure, he's already mining. So a massive lead for Cure. Cyclone will shut this down eventually. But the pressure's on, and Universe is far behind. It's behind this, getting to tank production, and Ravens as well. Again, early game TBT can be very decisive, and oh boy, this is looking a little bit rough. As Cure, he has momentum and he's not stopping. Okay, what is it to defend? There's going to be 1 Cyclone, 4 Marines, a Raven with an auto turret as well. Oh. No, the Raven! No! Get out of here! Okay, throws down. The turret is going to be safe, but that's a waste of a turret. Yeah, the turret is wasted. Tank will pop out, lock on the Cyclone. Universe has to get the hell out of here. Cyclone does go down. Cyclone falls. Cure now has his own Raven with his own auto turrets. Going for harass. Universe, he will defend. Now that he has a tank, he will defend. He will survive unless we decide to wait for Interference Matrix. Nah, he's just going for harass. Ooh, faster at CC makes sense. Universe, he's trying to go for a faster at CC to catch up, to make up for his otherwise early losses. But another delay. Cure's getting his own 3rd CC himself on location, so getting further ahead. Cure, he has the disable ready. He can disable, but there's 2 tanks. He needs a little bit more energy, and needs a little bit more. And again, there's no need. To be honest, like Cure, he does not have to push in. He does not have to break the natural. All he really has to do is contain, right? He's already ahead. He's already getting his 3rd CC on location. He can already rally. Just has to buy time. Again, Universe is slowly building up into bases. Stim has begun. A reacted Viking production scan reveals the 3rd CC, reveals the add-ons, reveals the productions themselves. The upgrades, I should say. As Cure is mining. Cure service getting saturated. Vikings, they move in, trying to get a volley off. But Cure, he has his own Vikings. Universe slowly trying to break out. Uh-oh. Cure playing it safe. Pulls back out of range of the tank. Jesus, got a line of 4 tanks. The problem here is that technically Universe could try to mass disable and break out, but the problem is that we have counter disables, right? There's 3 Ravens here for Cure. There's going to be counter disables, there's going to be auto turrets. It's not going to be that easy. Speaking of, he's coming in. Oh my god. Yeah, Curie does go for the dive, disables all 3 tanks. Auto turrets are being thrown down, and we get some massive tank shots on the high ground. Vikings forced to land, and the Universe, can he hold on? It's going to be clear. Nah, he cannot. He cannot. Not like this. A 3rd tank has arrived. It's still getting quite close. There's 1 tank left. 1 tank left. Very messy fight. And sure, Universe, he holds, he survives, but what did Universe lose? Everything. He survives with a handful of tanks. What do I mean by that? He lost his Ravens. He lost his Ravens, lost his Vikings. Army stems forward. The boys are being pulled. Universe, he breaks out, but again, at a cost. Cure, he preserves his Vikings and 2 Ravens. Huge. Does save both Ravens. He can go back, he can repair. Universe can finally expand. Meanwhile, Cure, he should be thinking about a 4th CC by now. And he is. 4th CC. 4th CC is now on the way. So again, Cure still with a very comfortable lead. Here comes the repair on the Ravens. Universe has a ways to go. Now, how do you recover here? Now, when it comes to TVT, you can be down in supply and still take a better fight just because of how siege tanks work. Just positional play is that much more important in TVT. But something that doesn't care about your positional play and doesn't care about your siege tanks are Ravens, right? That's a scary thing. Because Cure still has these Ravens alive, it means that he could be caught out of position. Universe could be there first to siege, but that may not matter just because of how Interference Matrix works. And Universe has no counter Ravens, he has no counter disables. That was one of the big changes in, I say recent years, but in Legacy or in later Legacy that I would say it's probably a good thing that did kind of pick up the pace in TVT, is the fact that Ravens can break siege lines and break siege positions. As opposed to the slower TVT of Heart of the Swarm and early, kind of early, I say kind of early Legacy because that's when tank evacs were a thing. Which were also very high-paced, fast-paced. As Universe does go for the double drop into the main. At the same time, Cure pushing in towards a 3rd. And Universe, what can he get done? He does pick up a couple of SCVs, but it doesn't have enough. Yeah, there's not enough here. Universe, he defends. Sorry, Universe? Okay. Cure, he defends. He defends back and home across the map. Cure, he lays siege up on the 3rd base. No mining here from Universe. Stuck repairing. And he pulls the boys. He does pull the boys. Here come the here come the disables. Auto charts as well. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cure, he will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Universe can recover and bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. Winding it back here, a lot of this game came down to the early engagements. It came down to the Reaper Hellion. If you remember, Cure, he got 2 volleys off before the fight occurred. He got 2 free volleys off, and that early on, when you have the same amount of units in a mirror matchup, is crucial. So Cure, he won the first fight. That snowballed into Cure denying and delaying the natural CC, killing 2 SCVs and keeping Universe contained on 1 base. Meanwhile, we saw that Cure, he was able to set up back at home, get a faster natural, get a greater economy, and of course preserve his units. That led into the follow-up push where Cure was containing Universe on 2 bases because of the earlier lead that he had. So it all just kind of played into each other. It all came from that early game. But GG, well played. As we catch up in the chats. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And shout out to PiGosaur Cup. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's a lot of gifted subs, Pappy. Oh my god. Pappy, calm down. 10 gifts and subs to the community. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Of course, a big shout out to Stegosaurus. For those who are unaware, this event is organized and run by Stegosaurus. That's why this event is not called the Pig Cup. This event is called the PiGosaur Cup. And Stegosaurus, he's the dinosaur part of the PiGosaur. You know, Pig is the face, but Protostegosaurus, he's like the body. He's like the meat of the PiGosaurus. Ah, let's go. Pig, of course, being the main sponsor. Pig is the main sponsor, and Protostegosaurus, he does everything else outside of that. And even before Pig was a sponsor, that's when we had the Stegosaurus Cup. That's when we had the Orsosaurus Cup as well. So big shout out to Protostegosaurus. Much love, buddy, much love. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is a Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, but also going for the proxy 2 ranks, we have the other South Korean Terran player representing Xeritus Esports. It is a Universe. Let's go. Let's go. Art versus art. True. Sorry, that was the obvious one that I was missing. Yes. Like in my brain, I was thinking, I was like, there's an obvious like double named duo that's like slipping my mind. But yes, art versus art. 100%. That happens with like a fair amount of regularity, just because they're in the same like region. They're both in Europe. True. So sorry, just catching up. I could see Knights beating herO. Well, you can see it because it's happened before. It was a while ago. It was a couple of months ago, in relatively recent times, like maybe 2-3 months ago. But Nice has beaten herO before. I would say that's the exception to the rule. Like, by no means is Nice the favorite player, but he's done it before. Meanwhile, Proxy Marauder, Proxy 2 ranks with double tech labs, and Marauders are amassing. Cure coming in with the SCV Scouts, and Cure here will confirm that the Raxes are missing. So big scout here by Cure, and very unorthodox as well. If you know anything about TVT, you would know that SCV scouting like this is quite rare. Like, you do not often SCV scouts, and as a result, it's just gonna pay dividends here for Cure. He goes in, he does confirm the gases, does confirm the lack of Raxes, and Cure now knows that something is wrong, and he already has a bunker on the way. Cure, he hasn't confirmed the build, but he knows that something is amiss. So bunker on the high ground. It was a Rax Expand single gas opener, so this is ideal for Universe. Meanwhile, you can see Curio to pull the boys. He already pulled the boys, was ready for Proxy Reaper. Marauders, they already take a lot of damage, a lot of hits. Oh my god, one of the Marauders almost goes down. Very low HP Marauder. And Curio, he doesn't even pull the boys to repair. Like, he feels so confident in his defense. He's like, I'm fine, I don't need to repair, I'm good. Okay, you're not gonna break me. And Universe, he will have high ground vision. Okay, the Rax is floating. You see Universe trying to transition back at home. The Reaper does move out across the map. There's nothing to defend back at home, so with good enough control, Cure, he can start killing SCVs. He will lose one of his own, but the Reaper has arrived. Gets one. The boys are being pulled. Guess who? 2 SCVs go down. The Marauders, they do race back home to defend. The Marauders are racing back. Cure, he has held. And so far, he gets 3 SCVs. He's going to get 4. Can we get up to 5? Can we get up to 5? Oh my god. Uno más, papi, uno más. Yeah, Marauders, they've made it back. And it looks like he barely can. 5 SCVs go down. Can he get 6? Nah. So 5 SCVs, delay in the factory. The Marauders race back home. The proxy setup here has not been worth it, and Cure takes a massive lead. Look at the worker disparity. 32 SCVs against the 17 workers of Universe. And it isn't just that. Mules. He's got 2 orbitals. GG. Yeah, GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Cure, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. GG, well played. Cure, he does claim the series, does advance on into the quarterfinals. My condolences to Universe. Again, a lot of it came down to the early game. Game 1, we spoke about it, but the early game was brutal. Cure took a big lead early on, and he extended that lead and never let go of that lead either. Here in Game 2, we had Universe spicing things up, but Cure scouted. Cure, he went for the SCV Scouts. He didn't confirm what was going on. He thought it was Proxy Reaper. That's why he had the boys pre-pulled at the Reaper cliff. So he was kind of ready for aggression, and in the end, shut down the Marauders. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cure, and that leads us to the rest of the bracket. Let's figure out where we're headed. Let's go. Let us go. Good to see you, Light. You're such a king. Ah, yes, there, Protostegosaurus. Much love, Patrick. Much love. Very quickly, let's catch up with the bracket and figure out what's going on. Oh, we already have our next series. So herO takes down Matt 2-0, and he's waiting in the next round. Meanwhile, we have Nice versus Shino. They're facing off in the round of 16. Creator takes down Bomyoja 2-0, and we have Cure versus Creator in the quarterfinals. Here we go. We have our next series. We have our next matchup. If you remember, this is the whole reason why we dove on the Universe match early on, is to follow Universe into Cure, into Creator. Let's go. It's the whole reason, man. The whole reason. And I do need to very quickly message the players. Very quickly. And this is going to be a little more up in the air. Like, we have seen Cure and Creator trade blow for blow and go back and forth, and I would even hope to see an ace match. We've had a lot of 2-0 so far, but now we have kind of the bigger names and the bigger faces facing off against each other. This is where some of these matches become a little bit less obvious and a little bit more up in the air. The Gamba, baby, the Gamba. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Solar. Solar, he takes down the Wayman 2-0, and Solar, he is up against Shameless in the next round. Shameless does take down Perceive, so we have a ZVP between Solar and Shameless. Soul's going to be the heavy favorite there, but I can see Shameless bringing Solar down, so best of luck to Shameless. Scrolling down a little bit further, Nylon and Aeronautic are taking their time. It's possible that maybe they finished and they're already in the next series and they just didn't report any scores. Otherwise, that lower half of the bracket is heavily delayed. Percival takes down Jay 2-0, and Percival waiting for the winner of Björn, Nylon, and Aeronautic. Oh boy. So again, hopefully there's not too much of a delay there on the lower brackets. Fingers crossed. Just got to made it home a whole 10 minutes before the cup started. 17 minutes. Oh, you just came home from Home Straight Cup. Crazy, baby, crazy. Crazy. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran player himself. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing himself. Currently teamless, it is a Creator. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck. Sorry, I was still catching up in the chat. Still catching up. I also take photos occasionally, so shameless plug. If you like to look at gamers doing gamer things, then Link doesn't get auto-modded. It's all good. It's all good. Este Protostegosaurus. There we go. Here we go, as we're going to be settling in Creator, opening up with a proxy. Oh my god. I'm also to apologize. I don't know if you can notice, but there's a little bit of latency happening. Yeah, you can see it in game where there's like a frame skip happening. After this game, I will do my best to try to turn on my VPN before game 2. I'll do my best. It's just I'm not going to have a lot of time. So I will have to turn on my VPN. Just Korea does not want to work with us. So hopefully that stuttering doesn't affect things too much. But again, I'm aware of it, and we'll try to fix it up for the next game. It was actually there, but a little bit less obvious in the last series as well. For now, we are going for a double gas opener, faster factory out of Cure, going for a safer start, which means this aggressive build by Creator, there's less of a chance this really gets much done. Less of a chance. We'll see. As Creator's taking his natural. Chronoing out that second Stalker. As Cure moves out, Creator, he may be able to delay the CC. Ooh, as there's a cancel. Curie cancels the command center. He spots an adept, dipping into the main base, confirming only one gateway. Stalker has arrived. Yeah, the Stalker has arrived. Again, already this has done enough damage. Like, Creator to already cancel the CC is a great start. He already canceled. And with that, Cure is contained. He's contained here on one base, and he's going to be stuck here until he can get his Cyclone. So he's stuck in his main. Cure, he attempts the scouts. Gets further in, does confirm the Twilight Council. Confirms the Council, and so far it is going to be 2-gate blink. We'll see if Creator goes for extra gateways. We are loading into a very large map, Winter Madness, so there's a higher chance that Creator instead goes for a 2-gate opener into a third and goes for a greedier build. We'll see. We'll see what he commits into. Oh! As one Stalker does get picked up. Nice pick up here by Cure. Now that he has a Cyclone, he can finally expand. He can take his natural. Cure can take his natural. We have our 1-1-1 follow-up. Getting to his tanks. We'll see if he goes for a medevac thereafter. He does not, so going straight for the tech lab. So Cure is taking it slow. He's taking it slow, setting up here on 2 bases. Likewise, Creator, he's getting another gateway, getting up to 3-gate blink. So safer build here by Creator. Otherwise, he could have already thrown down the base. Creator, he hasn't seen much of the main, so he doesn't know. Yeah, for all he knows, there could be a medevac on the way, there could be a lack of add-on here, and Cure could be pushing with a much more committed force. So Creator playing it safe. Playing it safe here. Yeah, shield batteries on the way. Jesus, 2 shield batteries at the natural. I think Creator's playing a little bit too safe here. Yes, Cure is pushing. But I don't know if this really constituted this heavy of a reaction. As Cure is making his way towards a third that doesn't exist. Temple Archives on 2 bases as well. Ooh, again, very 2-base heavy here by Creator. Cure does break in. Yeah, he pokes in, losing 1 Stalker. And Cure, can he get within range of the wall? Yeah, both tanks will siege. Massive tank shots are going to be popping off. Oof, yeah, brutal connections here. 3 Stalkers are going to be going down. Blink just now finished. And it is close here, but Cure looks like he will push through. But he has no reinforcements. Yeah, no rally, no reinforcements. Creator, he will clean this up. Diving on top of the tanks. Both tanks go down, and Creator holds. Creator does hold on, but we have a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, yes, Creator does hold, but he has no third. Like, this third base is so incredibly late here for Creator. Economically, Cure's ahead. Cure, he has a greater economy. CMW in the chat, a little laggy. If you weren't here earlier, I did already address at the start of the series that there is a little bit of latency going on, and I will turn on the VPN for game 2. So I do apologize, but yes, there are some, you can see just like some frame drops in game. That will be fixed for game 2. Hopefully. From here, Creator setting up on 2 bases, and likewise, Cure is throwing down 2 more maxes, is going for a 3rd TC, so we're building up into the mid-game. I personally do think that Cure is in a better position, though. Getting his upgrades, greater economy, his 3rd base is going to be on par with the 3rd base of Creator. Like, again, the lack of 3rd base is brutal. The one thing that Creator has to make up for his late expansion is Storm, right? Storm is done, and if he can make use of this Storm early on, then sure, he can pop off. But if he's stuck at home, then it's not really quite worth it. As the first storm does land. Jesus. Softening up the tanks. Cure rotating over. Most of the High Templar on the right hand side. Not quite in position. And Cure, he's taking over the ramp. He gets up. Uh-oh. Yeah, he gets up the ramp. Nice feedback. Feedback does land. Tank volleys on what? They had the tanks. They might be a little bit too far behind, and they're going to go down. Yeah, tanks are going to be cleaned up. Storms are coming in. Can we split? It does spread against the first storm. Ooh, the other storms are brutal, though. Yeah, and Cure's going to be cleaned up. Cure's going to be cleaned up here. He'll lose everything. Does get 7 pros. Remember, he lost 2 tanks as well. 2 tanks and the entirety of the bio army. Again, it felt like the tanks were maybe a little bit too far back. Ideally, he wanted the tanks to be within range of this entire entrance to be able to zone the army back and take a fight here. But instead, he went further behind the mineral line. So really interesting idea, interesting choice there by Cure, but it didn't pay off. Did not pay off. Creator coming in from behind, collapsing the army. Picks off one of the medevacs. No remaining storms, but these zealots, they still trade very nicely. Those trade well. Greater backs up. Whew, okay, so where exactly are we? On the one hand, Cure did lose a massive army, that is true, but remember, what have we been emphasizing this entire game? Cure has been ahead economically. That is just true. Like, he just had, we spoke about it earlier, but because of Creator's late third, Cure, he was ahead when it came to 2 base versus 2 base, and here he's ahead when it comes to 3 base versus 3 base as well. The 4th is late for Creator, just like the 3rd was late. So the economy is kind of allowing Cure to make up for some worse fights with production, right? With a larger army to work with. So it's still a bit of a back and forth. Cure still has potential, of course. Ghosts are now popping out. So we have the armory on the way for 2-2. It's still getting quite tense. We'll see if Creator can stabilize. Can he stabilize and get into Colossus? I'm assuming he wants to work towards Colossi and work towards... Yeah, there we go. I'll work towards more like stable splash damage. The robo is now on the way. Again, that is the first robo of the game. And eventually, Creator will work towards the Bay, 2nd robo, and Colossus. He'll get there eventually. Until then, he is vulnerable. There's going to be a win-win time where Cure can strike before there's really any critical mass of Colossi. There's a 2nd robo. Storm before Steering Common Shields is cool. I mean, as we mentioned, the downside was that Creator's behind and has been behind economically. And Cure may just be able to outscale him, but we'll see. As we mentioned, like again, like Cure, he did take a really rough fight here. Trying to catch out a Stalker. We already have a 2nd starport. Mass Viking production is on the way. We got double starport, double reactors. Now, I'd assumed that this was going to be for double robo production, sorry, and double Colossus production, but there's no Bay. There's no Bay. Instead, we're going into Mass Immortal. Interesting choice. We spoke about this actually a couple of days ago, if you remember, when we were casting Harsum, and we were talking about how he was kind of going for a bit of an older school composition. I'll say the same here for Creator. Going into Mass Immortal like this was very trendy like a year ago, maybe more than a year ago. If you remember, it was when the Disruptor got nerfed. When the Disruptor got nerfed, and I want to say when the supply was increased for the Disruptor, that was when Max Pax and Trigger and a bunch of the other Protoss players were playing around a lot with Mass Immortal instead of Disruptor Colossus. Just because, again, of the nerf to the Disruptor initially. And that lasted like a couple of months. That lasted like 2 months, I want to say. And then they went back to Colossus Disruptor. Like, they kind of went back to it. And of course, eventually into Storm. Again, this would have been, what, in like 2023? So seeing a heavy immortal count like this, it can work. Don't get me wrong, it can work. But I would say that it doesn't really scale too well as the game progresses, right? Like, as Cure gets into more Ghosts and more Liberators, I would say the Creator's army is going to get worse and weaker over time. If Cure overinvests into Vikings, that's another factor though. Look at this, we have a lot of Vikings. Cure, he is blindly assuming, and I don't blame him, but he is blindly assuming that Colossus are coming, right? He's getting ready for Colossi, but there are none. So how much dead supply is there in Vikings? We have 10. We have 10 Vikings here, and they're not really going to help too much. They can kill the War Prism, and they can land. That is true, they can land, but I mean, landed Vikings, ideally you want more Ghosts. Ideally you want more Bio Army, more EMPs. So Cure, he's kind of getting baited into this mass Viking composition. He's even getting 2 more starports. Now we do see the Creator, he's thinking about Sky Toss, and sure, like if Creator does work towards Sky Toss, then the Vikings suddenly have value, suddenly they have uses, but we're not there yet. Right now the armies are maxed out, and I'm gonna have to favor Creator's army, at least currently. It still comes down to the engage. But when it comes to the current army compositions, again, the Vikings have less to do. And how many High Templar? 7. Okay, so we have 7 Templar. They're all nicely spread out. We're going to be heavily reliant on storms. Heavily reliant on those storms. Yo, we got some Void Rays on the way. Okay, sure. Just for the medevac. Yeah, storms. Jesus, the storms do connect. Yeah, Brutal Storm with the main army. He's pushing through, takes down the first base. Carrier production has begun. Void Ray does hunt down the medevac. The Curie's still making 6 Vikings at a time, by the way. He's oh my god. I mean, luckily for Cure, there is going to be some Sky Toss. But if there wasn't any, like, yeah. Nice snipes, nice EMPs. Denies one of the expansions. Creator being torn apart. As Creator, he will lose 2 expansions. 2 bases go down. He's still making more immortals, by the way. Jesus. Getting up to 7. Getting up to 7 immortals. Creator once again denies another base, rotates to the top side. We do have a Nexus, but it should go down. And Creator, he cannot expand. Carriers are now revealed. And now suddenly, all this dead supply in Vikings, oh, now they're useful. Now they have a purpose. Curie's like, oh, thank God. Thank God, man. If you're curious what I would have preferred here, I would have preferred Disruptors, to be honest. I would have preferred Disruptors instead, and Purification Nevers. That would have been a more traditional kind of like mid to late game PvT setup. Now we have the Bay on the way. Now we're thinking about Disruptors, but this is late. Your Creator is listening to the stream. He was like, oh yeah, Disruptors, they exist. True. Cap. How many Vikings are there? 27? Oh my god. And, like, again, imagine if we had, instead of all these immortals, imagine if we had like 5 Disruptors, and of course without these carriers either. So we could actually afford like these immortals plus like 5 Disruptors instead of these carriers. Like, Cure's army would just melt. Would just topple over, assuming the Nova's connected, but... Aye. 27 Vikings. Now we get the Disruptors, but again, like, they're coming in 5 minutes late. Where have you been, Pappy? Where have you been? Now, as we're cutting the map in half, as we're getting into the late game, this is where carriers are less useful. Carriers, they can be really good in PvT in the mid to late game before we get into this amount of sky toss. The problem here is that because carriers have so low range, they're going to be very vulnerable and they're going to be very easy pickings here for the Mass Vikings. This is where Tempest is superior because Tempests have greater range, they have kiting potential, they can poke in, pull away, and gain value over time. Here, these carriers, they're just going to get one shot. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 carriers go down. Nice storm of the Vikings. But these carriers are dead supply here, and yep, they're all going to go down. Yeah, they're all going to go down. Nice, very nice lift. Oh my god, hot pick up here at a Cure. He snipes every single carrier. Again, the carriers are just inferior to Tempest in this kind of game state. They're just inferior. And now we're switching to Mass Liberator. We're making 9 libs at a time. All the liberation. Oof. Nice Nova. Nova goes up. Nice Storm as well. Another disruptor. Never tries to zone away. We commit into liberation zones. Ah no, he commits in. Yeah, liberation just go to town on the immortals. GG gets called. GG gets called. Vikings, they land behind the army, and Cure, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG well played, and very quickly I'm gonna have to try to turn on my VPN. Oh. That's not good. And I need a moment. Por favor. So again, the scary thing about turning on a VPN is that it has to turn on first, and then I have to hope that the players don't start the game. No! Yeah, Smurge, pappy Smurge. So that was what I was concerned by. So we can hopefully get into game 3, the ace match, if we get there. Otherwise we can get into, otherwise we'll just follow the winner into the next series. But yeah, that was my big concern, and why it's hard to turn on the VPN mid-series. VPN is on, but they already began. So Smurge, might be Smurge. So yeah, best of luck to both Cure and Creator. They're going to be playing out their match, and if they get an ace match, then we can jump into game 3. Discussing and talking about game 1 here. Again, Creator had a really odd kind of setup. I wasn't too opposed to him going into Mass Immortal. If you remember, we were discussing about how Cure was stuck with like a massive amount of Viking supply, blindly so, like when there was no like big anti-air to work towards. So I wasn't too opposed to going Immortal, but I was still expecting to see Disruptors as the follow-up. But unfortunately, we saw that Creator, he went into Sky Toss and went into Mass Carrier. As we mentioned, like carriers, they have a place when it comes to TVP. I would say that there's like, you can try to like rush carriers early and try to snowball out of control and try to catch a player off guard before they have Mass Viking. But if they already had that set up, then the carriers, they did nothing. In that kind of position, Tempest are superior. I did see a comment in the chat talking about like Mass upgraded carriers. I mean, sure, but that means you're agreeing with me that in this kind of position, not going carrier would have been better, because you're saying that he would have needed all these upgrades, which would not really kick in until a much later stage in the game. So in that kind of game state, in that kind of mid to late game, again, the carriers, they were an interesting decision, but as we saw, they couldn't really scale too well, especially with the already amassed Viking number that Cure already had, right? He had already accumulated Vikings, so then suddenly he had a use for them. Like suddenly he's like, oh, thank God, you're going Sky Toss. Now I can use the Vikings. So yeah, just a really messy mid to late game, or really messy late game there from Creator. And in the end, GG, well played. So with that, Cure takes the lead, and with that we have some downtime. Here. So again, I do apologize, but we will not be able to get into game 2. Let us head on over here to the brackets. and catch up on the other series that are ongoing. Let's go. So we have herO. We have herO versus Nice, their mid-series. Their mid-series, they're getting into their PvP. Meanwhile, we have Cure versus Creator. They are currently in game 1. Sorry, we just wrapped up game 1. They're currently getting into game 2. Would have loved to have followed them, but you know, maybe we can get their ace match. Meanwhile, we have Solar. We have Solar versus Shameless. They're currently mid-series, and we have Bjorn versus Percival, also mid-series as well. So the quarterfinals are underway. I believe we have Bomyoja. I believe Bomyoja is casting Cure versus Creator. I believe he is in game 2. I believe Pig is casting Bjorn versus Percival. I'm assuming that Pig followed those matches on the lower half of the bracket. I believe Steadfast is also casting one of the matches as well. I would imagine that Steadfast is maybe in the herO series or maybe in the Solar series. I'm sure he's in one of them. And I know that Enki's casting as well. Enki. I think Enki is he also covering yeah, he's also covering Creator Cure. Okay.
Un par de atropellos.
Oh, actually, that means we can cast. Okay. We're good. We can jump in, back. We can jump in. Un momento. Un momento. Okay, here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Shout to Enki. Enki, of course, he's one of our own. He's one of the CranKy Ducklings, los patitos. And Enki, he's covering the series, so we can jump in, and we won't have any audio, unfortunately. No audio. But shout to Enki, of course. Enki Alexander, fellow CranKy Duckling. He's casting this series in Spanish. Casting in Spanish. En español, papi, en español. Coming into the game itself, we are getting towards the mid game. It looks like game 2 is here on the Old Republic, so a bit of a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Looks like we see Cure going for an earlier stim timing instead. Last game he went for an earlier tank push, if you recall, going for a was it double gas? No, single gas. Single gas opener went for a tank push. This time he's going for stim, going for combat shields, going for +1, building up his bio, and I believe that is a 3rd CC in the top left-hand corner of his main, so building up into the mid-game. Meanwhile, Creator likewise getting his own 3rd base. It looks like that was a 3rd off of a 2-gate opener, so it looks like 2-gate blink into a 3rd with 3 extra gateways behind it going into 5-gate charge. So overall, both players are being more economic. They're both building up into the mid-game this time. So we're calming down. Once again, we have no audio, but it's all good. If they do have an ace match, then we'll be able to jump into that, and we should have audio for said game 3. Oh, as Creator, he's doubling down. He's going for even more gateways. If you recall, last game, Creator, he went for a much earlier storm timing, but no, here we have 6 more gates on the way. I believe that is 9 gates in total. Jesus. So that's a lot of gateways here, and no splash damage. There's no Robo and Bay. There's no Bay for Colossus. There's no Temple Archives for Storm. It's pure mass gateway, mass zealots, and you can see that he has no gases at his 3rd base. He has only 1 gas at his natural as well. So that's a lot of zealots. Now, going into a very zealot-heavy composition like this is ideal if you believe that your opponent's going to push into you. Against like tank pushes and tank move-outs, like this is where Creator can pop off. But if Cure is going to just chill and just go for drop play and build up back at home, I'm going to be favoring Cure. So we'll see how our players do kind of approach each other. Bearing in mind that because of the decision that Creator is going for here to go into Mass Zealots, that does mean that he will be delaying his tech, right? So delayed Storm, delayed 2nd Forge, for example, even 1st Forge, I just realized, as he does not have +1. Cure is pushing, and Creator should be massing up Zealots back at home and getting ready for the engage. So it's warping in Zealots. Bay is now on the way. Oh, we do see the Cure. He does push through, though. Yeah, catching out an Immortal as well. Oh my god. Immortal goes down. Creator, he's in trouble as Creator's going for a drop across the map. Yeah, he's going for the drop across the map instead. A nice force field. He locks down part of the army. Zealots, they get into the main, and this does distract Cure. Yeah, so big distraction. Losing 8 SCVs. Cure, he does back off. He rotates over towards the would-be 4th base. And can he force a cancel? Can he force it? He can. Yeah, stims on in. Denies the 4th. There's a cancellation. At the same time, though, we do see Creator trying to catch him off guard. Comes in from behind. Locks down the army. And forces the pickup. And might even be able to snipe one of the medevacs. Blinks in. Ooh, doesn't quite get the medevac, though. Cure gets away. Now, as we're calming things down here, Creator, his lack of 4th base is pretty brutal. Creator's 4th base is very, very delayed. So once again, just like last game, economically, Creator is falling behind. He's falling behind economically. As Cure, he's building up on 3 bases. Armory for 2-2. And we should be seeing a 4th command center soon from Cure. I do appreciate the Zealot harass, though. Remember, earlier Creator, he killed 8 SCVs. It was 8 to 10, one of the two. And even here, 3 more SCVs go down. Nice harass. Very nice harass. It's ensuring that Cure doesn't get too out of hand. This Creator, he needs to get that 4th base up. I believe that's the 2nd Colossus on the way for Creator, so now he has some splash damage. Now he's getting a 2nd Forge, Temple Archives as well. Yo, that's the old logo, let's go. The Stega Mondays. Meanwhile, we can see Cure already working towards a 2nd starport. That's a 2nd starport before his 4th CC. Okay. Just ensuring he has that anti-air. Cure picks in, but I believe the Creator should be okay this time. Again, he's got 2 Colossus. He can hold his own. There's only 3 Vikings. Sorry, 4 Vikings. So Creator, he does deflect. And now we see a 4th CC by Cure. I will say that this does feel late. It does feel like maybe Cure was expecting to see a little bit less resistance. As he does get the better concave, but again, he just cannot deal with the main army. The Colossus are in position. Plenty of reinforcements, plenty of buffer, and Cure has to get the hell out of here. And he has to pull away. Does have to pull away. Storm is almost done. And again, maybe just overconfidence out of Cure to commit as hard as he did on 3 bases. And Creator, can he push through? This the SimCity is brutal though. Nice Storm! Oh my god. Very nice Storm on the Vikings. The Ghost Academy just now began. Aye. Late Academy here by Cure, late 4th CC, and Creator, he's overwhelming. Yeah, he's pushing up the ramp, forcing his way in. Now the Storm zones away. The Colossus are getting very low. 1 Colossus goes down. There's 2 left. There's 1 left. 1 Colossus remaining. Looks like it is enough. GG gets called, and with that, Creator does tie up the series. He ties up the series 1-1. Aha. Look at the Duckling overlay that Enki has. But GG, well played. Creator ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Enki, where's the webcam? ¿A dónde está? El hermoso, papi, el hermoso. Let's go. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match here. Again, honestly, Cure was initially in a better position. Like, Cure, things were looking good, things looking up for Cure. But as you mentioned, it did feel like he was a little bit short-sighted in his approach. Cure, he was staying on 3 bases, he was going for a faster 2nd starport, and again, he just went for a bit of a committed move out. Again, maybe expecting to see less of a setup there from Creator, maybe thinking he was further ahead than he was, and he was late to try to tech out of that and to try to transition out of that. Later 4th base, very late Academy as well, no Ghost, no EMPs, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game 3. This time we're in game, and this time there should be no latency. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss tying up the series. It is a creator. All right, let's go. We're in. We're in, man. We're in. Ah, and it's so smooth. Look at that. Beautiful. Here we go. That is all the audio we need. Ah, thank you, Papi, thank you. That is ever all at once because it doesn't need it doesn't experience time. Yet it somehow has the speed because when it reaches the point, it can get there at the speed of light. Quantum realms live behind all that. It's nuts. Ah, no. It's true, it's true. I don't need Oliveira. True, true. But I do. Ah. I miss my Oliveira. My time. But yes, we're settling into the ace match. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Hyper aggression is favorite here. We have seen a lot of mid-game play so far. That is true, but that may change coming into this final game. Double gas opener out of Cure, going for a faster factory, going for a more tech-heavy start. And with this, Cure can start to be more assertive early on. He might go Reactor Reaper Hellion. He might go for early Cyclone. We'll keep an eye on Cure as the reactor is on the way. Technically, we could see a one base all in, but again, that's typically done by players like Gumiho or Ryung or some of these other Terrans that are a little bit more aggressive and chaotic. We don't really expect that out of Cure, as it sets up for his expansion. CC is on the way. Behind this, oh, bold move. This is crazy. Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of creator. Now, Stargate openers are a little bit niche nowadays. You still see them every now and then. You still see them from players like herO, MaxPax, Classic. They do like to sprinkle them into a series, especially like once in a best of 5. But I would say this is a very risky build. You often do see this be quite effective on some of these larger maps where you have a little bit more breathing room. But on these smaller maps, it's risky because there's already a high chance that the Terran player will all in. Like, there's already a high chance that Cure is going to commit and go for an all-in, so opening up Phoenixes or opening up Oracles, it can be quite risky. Should be Oracle first? Phoenix first. Ooh. So Phoenix first here by creator. He's slowly going to build up his Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they do a great job when it comes to picking up some high-tech units or shutting down drop play. But again, when it comes to 2-base all-ins, I'm referring to like 2-base all-in, you pull the boys, you commit. That is where Stargate openers do struggle. Meanwhile, 1-1-1. Standard follow-up here by Cure. There's no fast second racks. So far, so good for creator. So far, at least. Meanwhile, we'll see if Cure can get into the mineral line. With his Reaper Hellion army, he can go into the main and the natural at the same time. We'll see how he does approach this. He's diving in. Going for the natural. Phoenixes are revealed. It does lift one. It does lift one of the Reapers. Lifts the other as well. Nice cleanup. And now Cure knows. And Cure won't get much done. He does get 3 probes. 3 probes go down for 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers. That is not a good trade. Better cleanup here by creator. But now Cure is aware of the Phoenixes. So back at home, we have Cyclones on the way. Marines are amassing. Now, because of the opener and because of what Cure has already lost, Cure is going to be contained. He'll be stuck at home for the near future, and creator can safely build up and get into Phoenix Colossus. This is an older school style, and this was very common, and this was the meta for a good amount of years. For like, what, 2020, 2021, 2022, I think even 2023, like... For a good amount of years, like, Phoenix Colossus was the go-to. That did eventually die off as Terran players became more aggressive, as maps became smaller, and it was less safe to go Phoenix Colossus. But that's kind of the setup that we have here. And again, the initial opener did fall on its face for Cure. Safety Immortals on the way. It's getting a Safety Immortal. Cure's moving out. We have a shield battery. There's the bay as well. Again, thankfully, Creator isn't skipping the Immortal, so he will have extra units to defend early on. Immortal's halfway done. Immortal's halfway done. Curie's rallying everything across the map. As we mentioned before, when you go for a Stargate opener, typically you are vulnerable, but we can see that Creator, he didn't rush into a last third. Creator's playing very safe. Very, very safe. Cure, he does recognize. If you notice, Cure, he actually checked for the third location, saw there was no third, and he just raced back home. He just raced back home. He recognized, of course, that Creator had enough to defend. So a very mature decision here by Cure. He pulls away, building up into Stim, and the game will continue from here. The game will progress. Whew, okay. Now, as we get into the mid-game, it's going to be on Creator to ensure that Cure is contained. These Phoenixes, they can do a great job when it comes to keeping tabs and keeping eyes on the army, deterring any kind of drop play, denying drop play, and even harassing and getting to the mineral line. Like, Phoenixes, they can be very versatile. It's just really early on is when you're the most vulnerable, right? You're the most exposed, you're most at risk. But now we're building up that Colossus count. The Phoenix, they do poke in. Gets an ACV, gets one, gets two, gets three. 3 ACVs go down. They break the lock on. There's a recall back home. There's that recall. As they poke in. Pokes in, pulls away. Now we're building up. So Cure, he establishes his third. Likewise, Creator getting his fourth base. Again, this time it's a much better timed fourth base compared to game one. So his fourth is getting up at a very nice timing. Same with game two, to be fair. You have the Temple Archives on the way, getting into Storm. Nice hasn't been here since 2022. Who did Nice beat recently? Or who did herO lose to recently that was like a big upset? Wasn't it Nice versus herO? I can see here that Nice did take some maps off of herO, so maybe that's what's going on in my mind. Maybe. Because Nice and herO went to the Ace match this year a couple of times. But no, I'm thinking of something else. Let's see. I think you have max packs? Might be. I'll look into it. It might just be Nice taking maps over here. That might just be what's going on in my mind. I remember discussing it during the podcast. It was like a really impressive series out of Nice. There was a big one, Pappy. But regardless, Creator's pushing in. Creator does move in. He's got his 3 Colossi. He's got his Storms ready as well. We can see Cure's completely out of position, by the way. Yeah, Cure completely out of position. The mineral line is going to be forcible away. Again, Cure's main army was here at the would-be 4th base. And Creator just gets free damage. 16, 17, 18 SCV. Zelda wreaking havoc in the natural, and Cure completely caught off guard. Ay, ay, ay. Esther Cure, so much damage. Every SCV goes down. Really, this was just a major distraction, and that's going to be 26 SCVs falling. Ay, ay, ay. Again, Cure, he didn't notice. He did notice, didn't quite see. Again, he was caught with what? The pants were down. The pants were down. Again, Cure, he was here at his would-be 4th location. Caught completely out of position, was distracted. Zealous, they are getting a little bit ambitious. They want to try to replicate that success. As once again, Creator does distract. Once again, Zealous, they get in, but there's not many SCVs to kill. This time, there's not that much to kill. And this time, Cure does react. Okay, he pulls away. Cure collapses on both Colossus. Does punish Creator. And Curie's on the chase because Zealous hit the 3rd CC. Ay, ay, ay. Curie's all in. Curie's completely all in. He's losing everything back at home. Another 13 SCVs go down. Cure turns around? No shot. He turns back home. He's got 33 SCVs, Pappy. We can't macro out of this. That's not gonna happen. There's nothing. There's nothing here. There's 33 SCVs. He's got a 1 base economy, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. He turns back around. I mean, mules are pretty good. True. Mules, Pappy. Let's go. He throws out the mule hammer. Cure building up. Nova goes up. Graces the army. Here comes another Nova. And Creator's almost maxed. Creator, he's almost maxed out. EMPs, they do connect. You get some nice EMPs. But that's sometimes one bad fight, one wrong move can just cost you the game and cost you this series. Nova goes off, massive connection. The Nova's happy. Creator, he's learned from that first game about the power of the Nova, the power of the Disruptor. True. Another Nova goes off. More reinforcements. Creator, he's maxed out. And Creator, again, he has done it here. Cure just taking too many losses. Losses he cannot afford. Cure, he's built up to 44 SCVs, building up to almost 2 base saturation. Let's go. He's almost there. Nice concave here out of Cure. Oof, Nova goes off, massive connection. Oh, the Novas. They keep connecting. And Creator's just chilling. Creator just taking more bases, taking more expansions, taking more bases, getting a 5th base up and running. Sorry, 6th base up and running even. Getting up to 6 bases. Oh god. The Novas, they pop up once again. Vikings, they try to land on top of the army, and again, just one final last-ditch effort here by Creator. He does pick off a good amount of Zealots at least, but GG gets called, and Creator, he pops off. He takes the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Creator. He does claim the series, does advance on to this semi-finals. Again, it was a relatively tame game 1. I mean, I say tame game 1, sorry, tame game 3, I meant to say. I say that, but at the same time, Creator, he was able to get away with his Phoenix opener. True, he got away with the Stargate, got away with Phoenixes, and that is why it was so tame. Once you can actually get into a good amount of Phoenixes, you contain, right? You contain the Terran player. Cure, he was stuck at home. That is why there was so little like drop play and harass and any kind of pressure on Creator outside of the early game. So after that initial defense, Creator, he gained map control, he got up to 4 bases and was able to build up and mass up and eventually overwhelm. Unfortunately for Cure, he was also trying to build up his own army, but he missed the rotation. He did not see the main army movement. That is why he had everything focused and centralized in the center of the map, whereas Creator came in for a flank. He came in for the flank. We saw that the base was left completely unattended, and on top of that, Cure, his own attention was split as he was unable to pay attention or unable to realize the Zealots were popping up in the natural. Zealots, they killed, what was it, 30 SCVs? Like sorry, 26 SCVs, and then 13 SCVs thereafter as well at the 3rd base. Like some crazy damage was dealt. And Kira was crippled. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Creator does advance on. And I believe we have the semifinals ready for us. Un momento, papi. Un momento. We do. herO takes out Nice 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, which has become quite trendy as of late. As I mentioned before, Nice and herO, I think this is the third time this year. Is it the third time this year where they've gone to the ace match? Crazy, that'd be crazy. But un momento. Sorry, second time this year. They went to the ace match in KSL 84 and ace match this series as well. So GG, well played. Nice, he does put up a fight, but herO does claim the series, and with that we are getting ready for our semifinals. It's going to be herO versus Creator in a best of 5. As a reminder, specifically for PiGosaur Cup, we have best of 5 semifinals. Specifically. As we are getting in. Okay, sorry. Just catching up. Just catching up. But yeah, our players are setting up. Looks like Vitas are done. Vitas are complete, and we are getting into our next series. Un momento, papi. Un momento. Game 1 is going to be on Winter Madness. It looks like the players, they did need a moment, but now they're good. Now they're back. Let's go. Meanwhile, we do have the lower matches ongoing as well. Bjorn is up against Purcell. Winner goes up against Solar in the semifinals. Bearing in mind that the semifinals are not held, so there's a very high chance that both semifinals will occur at the same time. But now though, we have a fresh series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Winter Madness, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player with the South Green Protoss. It is a Creator. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. And again, Creator, he has been popping up as of late. Like Creator, he's been looking like a beast very suddenly in recent times in this matchup. I believe it was in the OSC events. Let me just double check here. It was in herO Cup. That's in herO Cup. Creator, he did take down Classic 2-0, which again did surprise me. I did expect Classic to have a stronger showing in the herO Cup group stage. But likewise, on top of that, we saw Creator, he took down Showtime, of course, in the Tuna Cup as well. And we'll see how he compares here against herO. Sure, he took down Classic, but what about in a longer series? And what about against herO of all players? Let's go. Let us go. For now, we're going to be settling in. Be calming down as we have our 2-gate opener out of Creator, likewise 2-gate opener out of herO. Bearing in mind that herO, he is I would say the best Protoss player in the world at the moment. arguably the best player in the world as well. Again, here has been popping off. He is the most recent RSL offline finals December champion. He also won the OSC season 13 championship as well. There's another event where he did pop off, Rongi Cup. True, Rongi Cup. Over the past 2 months, hero's been winning everything. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Este hero. So he's coming in as the favorite player for this entire tournament, but we'll see if anyone can stop him. Again, Creator, he does have it in him in PvP to pop off. Likewise, we have players like Solar, players like Björn, who can stand up against him. Let's go. The year of Hero. It's been a strong 2 months. It's been a very it's been a very strong 2 months for Hero. That's what I will say. I'll say not just for Hero, for Classic as well. Like Classic has also been, even like, it's one of those things where Classic has been in the shadow of Hero, but like the two tournaments that I just mentioned, who came second in RSL and who came second in OC season 13? It was Classic. Like Classic came second twice against Hero. It's crazy, crazy. Oh right, how could I remember that I was forgetting one, another one, Thunderfire. True, Thunderfire, Hero also won, right? Like, Jesus. Crazy. And Protoss has been doing well so far this patch over the past couple of months. Meanwhile, we have our PvP. Nice catch here by Creator, catching out the first Stalker. Ay. Does catch out the first Stalker. Bullying back the Phoenix, bullying back the Sentry. And we'll get all three. Ay. Brutal losses here for Hero, losing what should be all three sentries. Oof. Hero trying to look down those Stalkers. We get the recall. The recall is not in time to save one, but does at least save the other. Creator pulls back, and as we settle in, where exactly are we? Okay, so we do have Hero setting up for his tech, going for his Twilight Council, not into Blink, into DTs. Is he doing this blindly? Oh boy, he is not doing it blindly. There's already a Robo. There's already access to detection. Maybe Hero didn't see it. So when you rush into DTs like this, it can really excel, specifically if a Protoss player skips their Robo and goes for a faster third, which is not uncommon. Like we do often see like faster third bases and greater economies, but here Creator is already going for a Robo follow-up. He already has access to detection. There's less of a chance that DTs do any damage. On top of that, Creator sees everything. He scouts. He gets a full scout in the main. He knows. This is a rough start for Hero. Very, very rough start. And he cancels. It makes sense. Like, he's been scouted, so big cancellation here on the Dark Shrine. This also means that Blink is late, right? Blink should have already been on the way, if not finishing up by now, because of that Dark Shrine. Instead, it's going to be delayed. A Hero going into a faster third base. Hero, he's taking a lot of chances, taking a lot of risks. Hey, that's the Hero that we know and love. He's gambaing, Pat. The Gamba is real, and the Gamba shouldn't pay off, because here comes Creator. Creator is knocking down that front door. He's pushing across the map. He has momentum. He has the advantage. Here, there's what to defend. One Stalker and one Sentry. There's nothing. There's nothing here. Force fields around. The boys are being pulled. And Creator, he's here to take a lead in the series. Ooh, Prism goes down. Oh, that's a bit of a misstep. Prism does go down. No reinforcements. Ay. War Prism's being rebuilt. Very nice force field. Okay, it's fine. Locks down the army. He does have another force field available. And do we get it? Up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, third force field. That's going to be 19 probes going down. Hero, he just cannot get down to the low ground. Again, there's not enough energy for a recall. There's no War Prism. There's no Blink. The force fields continue. Just perpetually force fielding that ram. These Stalkers, they can do nothing. They're stuck. They're trapped. And finally, they break out. And again, if the War Prism was still here, we could have just kept warping in sentries and force fields, right? And just kept reinforcing. Have killed the base. So again, it was very clutch that Hero sniped the War Prism when he did. That lets him survive, technically. But he's in a rough position here. He has to counterattack. He has to do something. He's down to 23 probes. Of course, Creator, he can juggle with his own Prism. He has micro potential. He can micro. Prism does fall. GG gets called. He just cannot break that third base. Too far behind, and Creator, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Creator, he does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if herO can recover, if herO can bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. But again, it was just a really rough start. Really rough start. Early on, Creator, he was able to gain a little momentum, able to catch out the first Stalker, the first 3 sentries. Just a very strong start for Creator. We mentioned it at the time that after herO fell behind, herO, he went for the Dark Shrine, got scouted, went for the fast third base, but Creator pushed. So herO, he was taking a lot of chances, a lot of risks to try to recover in that game. But again, he was shut down at every turn with that GG. Strong showing here from Creator so far. But we'll see how herO does adjust in the early game specifically. Like, a lot of it came down to that early game aggression, that early game momentum that Creator achieved, and the early game is typically where PvP is the most volatile, with a lot of proxies, cheeses, all-ins, different openers, different builds. A lot of PvPs are often dictated by said early game. Let's go in. Let's jump on it. Let's go. Haven't seen Classic in a while. Did he serve military and come back? Oh no, Classic, he went to the military around the same time that herO did, and he returned around the same time that herO did as well. Like, Classic and herO, they both left, they both came back at around the same time, they both rose up at around the same time when it comes to their return from the military. And Classic, there have been times where he has been the greater player compared to herO, especially 2024, right? Like 2023, 2024. I would say that herO was looking more impressive to me, was looking like the better player, but Classic did outperform herO in offline tournaments. He outperformed him at Gamers 8. I want to say that Classic outperformed him at EWC, and Classic outperformed him at, there was like a DreamHack as well, but like specifically in offline tournaments, Classic was outperforming herO for the most part over the past couple of years. So that was always the argument for Classic being the better player than herO, was specifically offline performances, right? But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. Down in this series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss player himself. The South Korean Protoss, it is a Creator. Here we go. Creator's never done military service or really broken out. I would disagree. Like, Creator, he was the ace player for Prime. Like, Creator, he was, I want to say he was one of the early GSL champions as well. Like, Creator, he's always been really good. And even recently, he made it to the GSL finals, right? I think he went to the finals against Maru. That was, what, like, maybe a year ago? The years, they blend together. Yeah, GSL Season 1 for 2022/2023. He made it to the finals. But I would say that Creator, he's had like some big spikes for sure, but he hasn't really been the most consistent, unfortunately. Like, it's really hard to stand out, especially in current era of StarCraft where there are so many strong Korean Protosses, referring to specifically herO and Classic, right? Like, it's really hard to stand out amongst them. I'm referring to players like Creator, players like Zaun as well. Like, it's hard to kind of like, you know, stand out and really pop off when you have players like Classic and herO in your region. But in the past couple of weeks and the past like maybe month, maybe 2 months, like Creator's doing well. Doing well. So here he does threaten to dive. Again, to adepts, they can one-shot probes. So he will threaten the natural base of Creator. Behind this, we do have our Proxy Robo. Again, one base all in out of herO. Going for the Proxy Robo, going for the Proxy Mortar production. And meanwhile, we do see a gate set up here out of Creator. Bold move. Setting up his gateways. Setting up for the low ground defense. Building on more shield batteries, and we'll see if herO can break Creator. Let's go. Again, just to like re-emphasize what we spoke about leading up to this game and leading up to past game 1 is just how important and how intense the early game of PvP can be. This will not be the last all-in we see in this series. Not at all. Like we're gonna see more of that. We're gonna see more. The proxies, all-ins, hyper-aggression is what we expect. Going to be up to Creator to hold on. I'm concerned about the lack of robo, like the lack of defensive robo. It's going to be a bit of a more difficult defense here by Creator. herO just going to be dropping into the main. Does have a bit. He gets in. Oh, he gets in. No shield batteries. No shield batteries. Creator, he's not ready. He's not ready in the main base. 1, 2 sentries go down. herO keeps pushing in. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Pylon falls. The boys are being pulled. Creator getting desperate. Another force field. The Stalkers that gets thrown back. Diving for the Prism. Prism gets away. Yeah, the War Prism does get away. Down to what? 5 Stalkers. 5 Stalkers left. Second Immortal has arrived. Ooh, reinforcing from the low ground. Massive shots popping up. And GG. GG gets called. herO, he will tie the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, it was unfortunate there, but Creator, he was not ready in the main base. He had 2 shield batteries at his natural, and typically you want to get a safety shield battery in your main base, even if it's just 1, just in case something like this were to occur. Either you get a safety shield battery, or you are on top of your rotations to deny and to deter any kind of drop into the main. Unfortunately, Creator, he wasn't quite able to keep up, wasn't quite able to deny or deter that drop. GG. GG, well played. herO, he found a way into the bases, into the defenses. He broke through. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. We have a back and forth, and we'll see who takes a lead in the series. Game 3 is going to be on White Rabbit. Let's go. Getting into White Rabbit. Perhaps they were in the same squad in the army. That would have been funny. Maybe. I know they have a lot of respect for each other, for sure. Like Classic and herO, I mean. Obviously, there's a lot of history between them. Classic doesn't play as much as herO, especially online. That is true, but like I feel like herO, he plays a lot, and Classic isn't too far behind. Like you can say like Classic doesn't play as much as herO in online tournaments. Yes, but Classic still plays more than most. Like I would say Classic, he's more active than like Showtime or Zaun or Creator even as well. Like when it comes to the top Protoss players, like Classic is like the second most active player when it comes to events. Like I say the top players because like I would say like Shameless is maybe more active than Classic, sure, right? Like Shameless, Geralt, maybe Christiana. I know that Christiana's been less active recently, but like Shameless and Geralt, sure, like they're more active than Classic. But when it comes to like the top players, Classic is more active than Showtime, Skillus, Trigger, Zaun, Creator. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player. We have the other South Green Protoss. It is a Creator. Let's go. Let us go. We have our initial 2-gate openers. 2-gate opener out of Creator, 2-gate opener out of herO. No crazy diverse builds here. We're not going gate expand or gate cybercore into something more cheeky. Meanwhile, we have Creator skirting around the edge of the map, and Creator setting up what looks to be a fake proxy pylon. Okay, let's go. Welcome to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is one of the larger maps in the map pool, and Creator is going for a fake out. Now, I'm assuming this is a fake out. Technically, we could hide some tech here. It could be a Twilight Council. We could hide a Twilight Council and a Dark Shrine. Like, that doesn't have to be proxied across the map, so there's a chance for that. Otherwise, it should be a fake out. Technically, it could be a Stargate for a proxy Oracle. It could be. Not the most effective position for it, but that's also an option. Meanwhile, hero's scouting. Hero, he's scouting. Hero, he looks, he checks, and Hero, he sees a pylon is missing. So Hero, he knows. He knows something is wrong, something is amiss. We can see just a fake proxy pylon. And it's up to Hero to kind of determine that and to react. Ooh, big reaction. Hero going for the robo. Okay. So a couple of things here. A robo response like this is meant to hard counter proxy robo, right? This is meant to be a hard counter to an all-in, essentially. We can see there is no all-in. So Hero most likely is going to be forced into his own all-in, right? It's kind of like a weird dynamic here, but basically Hero is trying to hard counter a one base all-in. There is no one base all-in. Hallucination does confirm, which means Hero could throw down the gateway, but no, never mind. Hero, he is going for his own third. He'll expand. Sorry, his own natural extend. Looks like Hero, he will expand. We're building up. Okay, so we're building up into a longer game. Technically, Creator, he has a slightly better economy, but Hero does choose not to all in. Hero does choose to expand, and we are settling into the mid game. Okay. For the first time this series, we're going to calm things down. We're going to settle into a longer game. We did have some twists and some turns when it comes to the builds themselves, but now we can lock in. Observer's moving out. Twilight Council's on the way from Blink. Creator getting his own defensive robo as well. Let's go. And Creator, he'll soon confirm that Hero's expanding. Oh wait, he's crazy. What? Creator taking his third base before his natural even finished. It just now finished. Okay. So two gate opener into a natural, into a robo, into a fast third. Hyper greed out of Creator. Again, Hero's natural isn't even done, just now finishing. So very greedy. Hero, meanwhile, is going into Glaives. Immortal Glaives, this is prime for a 2-base all-in. This can hit very hard. This is very common, this is very trendy, or at least it was a year ago. Players like Classic and Hero were very fond of this build. What does this entail? Well, early Immortal production, of course, so we're going to build up towards like 3 Immortals for a move out for the all-in. Glaive Adepts do not scale well into a longer game, but early on, they can pop off. What do Adepts do? They're similar to Zealots. Zealots do a great job tanking, right? Zealots do a great job tanking against Stalkers, tanking against Immortals. So do Adepts. Adepts are maybe not the most mobile. I mean, obviously they can shade. They can shade pass, and they can threaten the shade and force the defending player to react and to split off some supply. That is true. But for the most part, they're here to buffer. They're here to just support the Immortals. The Immortals, they do the most amount of damage. So this can hit quite hard. And we have extra gateways. Yep, extra gateways are on the way. Hero, he stole the third, so he knows. He knows how greedy Creator is being, and Hero should be punishing that greed. This build out of Creator, it feels illegal. It feels... I say it feels illegal. It feels very European. EU PvP can be a lot more greedy and mid-game focused. There's been many in EU PvP, like referring to like Max, Gillis, Geralt, Cristiano, these guys, where they build up and they get a fast third, but they both get a fast third, right? Like if both players agree to macro, then it's a little bit different. But yeah, Hero, he did not agree, man. He did. Let's go. As Hero does move out. We're bringing 4 Stalkers at a time. And it's all or nothing. Here we go. Hero, he's pushing out with 2 Immortals, not 3. Okay. He's got his 2 Immortals. Blink is going to finish up in a couple of seconds. Shield battery is on the way. And Creator, can he hold on? I mean, again, he had his own fast robo. So he already has 2 Immortals himself. Creator, he can pull this off. Show us some force fields. Shows his force fields, does turn away the Immortals. Yeah, wasted DPS for Hero. And so far, better engaged for Creator. He does have the better concave, and that's a lot of wasted DPS here. The army, it's been back. Yeah, very rough fight for Hero. basically for that entire engage, half of hero's supply wasn't fighting. Half his supply just wasn't able to actually get any shots off. Boys are being pulled. We're diving on the Prism. Yeah, Prism goes down. The Immortals are being focused. There's 3 Immortals. Can he get him? It's close. It's very, very close here. The Immortals, they pull away. Adepts, they arrive to reinforce. But Creator, I think he's not the Creator. He cleans up the army. But can he chase down those Immortals? They're scuttling away, Pappy. They scuttle away. Adepts, they shade forward. They distract Creator. 24 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And Creator, he fought well against the main army, but the Adepts, they shade in, they keep shading in, more economic damage, and Creator, he's falling apart. He's falling apart. 30 probe kills, and the Immortals are still alive. They got away, Pap. They got away. Immortals got away. Adepts, they just pulled Creator apart. Shading to the third, into the natural, 30 probe kills, and Creator, now he is all in. Creator's all in, Pap. Oof. And Creator, he does get one of the Immortals. Does get one. There's 2 left. Creator, he can still win this. Creator, he can still win this fight head on. He needs to get on top of those Immortals, though. Pulls back his own. Ooh, we'll lose 1. He's down to 1. Yeah, 1 Immortal left. GG gets called. Creator, he does not have enough. And herO, he takes game number 3, taking a lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very close game here. Again, Creator, initially, he had the better fight. He had the better head-on engagement, but he bled a lot of workers as he pulled the boys to actually engage with herO's army. And also, the Adepts, they shaded past. They shaded past, they distracted, they crippled Creator's economy. They ensured that Creator could not macro out of that. GG. GG, well played. herO is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Creator, he is 1 game away from forcing the ace match. Pressure is on. The pressure is on. Pappy, we like patience here. True. talking about a lot of Protoss in the chat, but yes. Patience is my favorite. Unironically, I think. Am I a bigger Patience fan than like Crank and Alicia fan? It's hard to say. Hard to say, Pappy. Maybe. We love Patience. I'll say hard counter to proxy robo is Stargate Void Ray. I would disagree with that. I would say that defensive robo is typically greater than defensive Stargate. Yeah. I would take a strong stance there. I'll say the Stargate openers. I mean, there's a reason why Max Panx has been struggling a lot more going for his Stargate response against proxy robo, and why he stopped for a while as well. So I would disagree. I would have agreed. I would have been more agreeable to that statement a year ago, like pre-patch, pre-nerf. But in current StarCraft, I would disagree. But here we go. We have in the top left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have our blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, down in the series, where we'll see if he can bring us back and force the ace match. It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Here we go. But the Stargate Void Ray response to Proxy Robo, that was excelling a lot more before the shield battery overcharge was removed, right? Pre-patch, before the NG overcharge was introduced. One of the reasons for that is because of the removal of the shield battery overcharge. It means that with a Stargate opener and with a Stargate response, you needed even more shield batteries. You had to commit even harder. You had to commit even harder with extra shield batteries to pull off that defense. And it also meant that you could mind game and kind of force your opponent to overreact and over-respond. And then they're stuck with all these shield batteries and stuck with the defense, and then you can kind of like deviate away from that, or even just rotate into another location. But that's one of the reasons why Max did struggle that much, or struggles that much more against Proxy Robo. The change to the shield battery and energy overcharge, it kind of like changed that. It changed the map. For now, though, we have our Stargate opener out of Creator. Okay. Does it? Oh god. Hold up, baby. Okay. So Creator, he doesn't see the tech. He will lose his probe. Meanwhile, herO, he's just now going for his own hallucination scout across the map. Creator going 2-gate opener into a Stargate. Meanwhile, herO going gate, cyber, expand into Stargate instead. So herO has a very greedy, very economic build. This is basically the quote-unquote max fax opener, or at least the old max fax opener. So fast expansion into a Stargate. Meanwhile, Creator delayed expansion into Stargate instead. And the problem here is that herO knows and Creator doesn't. Like, herO has more information, so herO can go Phoenix first. And he can just hard counter the Oracle. Yep, there it is. Phoenix first out of herO. The Oracle is on the way. Creator, he's in a rough position. Creator's behind. Creator, he's behind economically, and this Oracle shouldn't get any damage done. Oof. It's just a brutal position. It's just incomplete information. Like, that's all it is. Again, Creator, he doesn't know. He's now shading in. Okay. Shades in. He sees. Does see, and he's still making that second Oracle. I mean, he has to. Adepts bust in. Nice damage here by Creator. Very nice. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 probes. 4 or 5 probes go down. The Oracle does attempt to go for the dive, but it's going to be deflected. herO should chase. And this isn't the worst position for Creator. He's still behind. Like, Creator, he's still down 3 workers. Still down 3 workers. The Oracle did recall. No, sorry. The Oracle's going back in. There's a gap to the defense. herO, overconfident. We'll lose 3 more probes. Okay. And what's important is that Creator is still finding damage. He's still finding some damage. Oh, but he will lose both adepts. There we go. Second Oracle into the natural. Getting up to 7 kills. Again, a very messy defense here by herO, losing 9 probes. Oh my god. And suddenly, this was worth it. Remember, the Phoenixes, they were meant to hard counter. They were meant to hard counter. They were meant to shut down the Oracles. But herO, he gets pulled left and right. He gets distracted, gets torn apart. And Creator, he still finds damage. And Creator takes a lead. Takes an economic lead. Bearing in mind, though, that herO has gained map control, right? herO, yes, he lost a lot of workers, but herO, he has an army to work with. He has an army. He can lift. Nice force field. Zones 1 away. But herO doesn't have enough. Yeah, herO, he does not have enough here. He gets 1. He gets 2. There's the NG overcharge. Gets 3 Stalkers, and we'll get a 4 Stalker towards the end. It's still very close here. So close. Boys are being pulled. Creator down to 2. Oof, down to 1, down to 0. He'll lose everything. Every Stalker barely goes down. herO getting a proxy. Getting a proxy pylon. Catching another Stalker, does reinforce. And again, herO, he barely has enough. GG gets called. He overwhelms. It was so close. It was such a close defense. But herO breaks through, and herO will take the 3-1 series. He'll advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Creator barely didn't have enough, just barely. Again, it was impressive. Creator, he did so much economic damage with the Oracles, with the Adepts, damage that shouldn't have happened, by the way. Like, that shouldn't have happened, but he was able to pop off. He was able to get that economic damage, but in the end, he just barely didn't have enough to defend against the counterattack, right? With all those Phoenixes and Stalkers that herO had built up, he then was able to push out and barely broke Creator. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to herO. He will claim the series. He will advance on to those finals. And who's up next? Okay. The lower semifinals are underway. We have Solar. We have Solar versus Percival. Solar took down Shameless 2-0. Percival took down Beyond 2-0 as well. Very impressive play here. Again, Percival has been defeating Beyond on a much more regular basis. I would still say that Beyond is favored, but this is what, like the 3rd time in the past 2 months, maybe the 4th time. Like, Percival, he has been, I guess, again, just because of the regularity of how often they play against each other, but Percival, he has been getting better and better results against Beyond specifically. So that's that Percival. His TVT has been improving thanks to Beyond. They play so often. But with that, we have our first finalists, and herO and Percival, I believe they're mid-series. Let's have a look here. I believe Bomyoja is covering them. Este bully. Oh, they're in game 1, I guess. I know Pacheco's also casting as well. Are they in game 1? Yeah, okay. So they're in game 1 of the series. So we're going to be able to jump into game 2. We're going to jump into game 2. Once they're ready for us. Solar versus Percival. Okay. And this is going to be a big challenge for Percival. I would say that Percival's weakest matchup is TVZ. Like, he often does pop off and have these crazy results against typically Terran and Protoss players. Against Zerg, that is where he does struggle a little bit more. But again, as a player, right, that's why he's going to throw himself into these big TVZs to improve, right? To improve, to get more experience, get more practice. As Percival is on the rise in general. He is on the rise. He has been improving quite steadily over the past year. It's been very impressive to see. So best of luck. Model doesn't shoot up. It doesn't shoot up. It doesn't. But you got your stalkers though. You got your stalkers. For now, though, we are going to be cutting to a break. We're going to be cutting to a break. Again, Solar and Percival, they're currently in game 1, and we'll be able to jump into game 2 once they're ready for us. So we're going to be cutting to a short break. If you want to tune into that first game, though, you can check out one of the many streams. We have Pacheca, we have Steadfast, Bomyoja, Chanchito, Pig, I believe, is also casting that series as well. So plenty of coverage on Solar versus Percival. And again, we'll be able to jump into game 2. We'll get there. We will get there. Otherwise, see you soon. See you soon after this short break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the PiGosaur Cup, the PiGosaur Cup number 67, a weekly open tournament. We just wrapped up with the upper semifinals, and herO, he made it to those upper semis, and he is waiting for the winner of the series of this best of 5 lower semifinals match. We're jumping in mid-series and spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbit. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our ZBT. Let's go. Let us go as we're getting into our best of 5. Again, we did miss out on game 1. Game 1 was happening at the same time as game number 4 of herO versus Creator. That is why we were unable to cover that last game. It did go in favor of Solar, did go into the mid to late game, maxed out armies, and Solar did overwhelm Percival. But now we're getting into a larger map, a map that's known for mid to late game as well. We'll see how Percival will adjust. Now, I didn't get to see the openers of the last game, of game 1. I didn't get to see the openers, didn't get to see the mid games, so I'm working with incomplete information. But Percival, he typically does thrive in aggression. Like Percival, he's a very fast player. He's a very fast player. He does love his multitasking, his multi-pronged aggression, his micro, his splits, his control. It's on point. It's very impressive, very fast, and that's where he thrives. That's where he can even pull someone like Solar apart. We'll see if he can get there. We'll see if he can pull that off. Let's go. Let us go. Otherwise, Solar is the heavy favorite, for sure, for sure. He is a favorite player. But we have seen Percival threaten players of the caliber of Solar before. I want to say it wasn't that long ago where Percival did defeat Shin, right? I think it was Percival versus Shin. And I would say that Shin and Solar are quite similar in skill. Let's go. As Percival, he does move out. For now, he's going for a very fast second Rax. Okay, a 2-1-1 out of Percival. Let's go. So second Rax is on the way into a factory. For those that are curious, what does this mean? This means that Percival, he's going to be delaying, and he's not going to commit too hard into Hellion production. He should only go up to 2, at 4 at the most, but a very low Hellion count into a faster Tech Lab, into faster Stim. So fast Stim timing, fast Marine setup here from Percival. Sorry, I spoke about getting up to 2 or 4 Hellions. In my brain, I was thinking of a 3cc 2-1-1, so my mistake, my apologies. In a regular 2-1-1, no Hellions, no Hellion production. The factory is only here for add-ons, so it should be factory into reactor, into starport, into add-on swap, into reactor medevacs. Into that 16 Marine and medevac move out. So again, Percival, the 2-1-1 is upon us. Stim is on the way. Now, what does this mean? Well, because this build doesn't rely on any Hellions, it means that Solar early on can spread creep very greedily. He can skip and delay link production and drone up even harder because there's no Hellion aggression, right? There's no Hellions to deny creep, to fight with the tumors, to fight with the queens, and to threaten any kind of dives. So Solar, it's going to be on him to drone up as hard as possible and to get ready for the Stim timing. Remember, Stim is on the way. There's a starport, there's a reactor, and medevacs will soon be upon us. Checking Solar's vision, he hasn't seen anything yet. So Solar's working with incomplete information at the moment. Solar doesn't know what's going on, but Solar does know there are no Hellions. Like, there should be Hellions poking in right now. And the fact that there are no Hellions here does kind of tip Solar off a little bit. It could be a 3cc 3 Rax, it could be a 2-1-1, it could be a 3 Rax, it could be a 3cc 2-1-1. Like, there's a lot of possibilities here, but he's slowly trying to figure it out. So Link Scout does confirm the Marines, but that's it. Overlord is going in. Solar does send in the Overlord. Overlord Scout is denied. Solar, he still sees nothing. And because of that, we're missing an Evo chamber. Typically, by this point, if he had known what was going on, we'd see an early Evo chamber into early +1 carapace into an early Ling kind of setup. Solar does run up a little bit here. Drones up to almost 3 base mineral saturation. And here we go, 20 Lings on the way. He should be fine. Ooh, into Roaches. Roach response, okay. You have my attention. So no Banelings, is going into Roaches instead. Third base gets scouted. Solar, he does try to hit the third, but there are Marines in position. And here comes the drop. And both medevacs have arrived. Queens move in. Can they get a queen? Ooh, clutch transfuse. Okay, clutch transfuse. Solar Sapphire is keeping up. So far, so good. Solar, he deters the drop. And based on the Roachborn timing, it looks like he wants to go for an all-in. Like a 3-base all-in, I mean. 4th base just for Lava, joining up to take some gases. We'll keep an eye on Solar to see if he does indeed go for set all-in. As Percival does rotate over. Still more roaches are amassing. Now, the reason why Roach all-in in this kind of position can work is because, if you remember, we spoke about the factory earlier. There's no factory production at the moment. We have one tank that just now spawned in. Ooh, meanwhile, 1 queen does 4, 2 queens, 3 queens. Oh my god, 3, 4 queens go down. Lings are late. Yeah, the Lings are late. Ooh, Mindshot does do some friendly fire. But a messy fight here from Solar. Solar, that flank was late. Came in, it did not come in soon enough. Percival did trade well. Percival, he scouts all the roaches and even picks them off, getting 1, 2 roaches. As he's building up his bio. Getting an overlord, getting another queen. Jesus, another queen goes down. How many queens are left? 3. Only 3 queens. Solar, he does attempt his run by. He sees the tanks. Plenty of Marines though. Yeah, plenty of Marines. Solar gets punished. And you can see this 4th base is late. Very late 4th base. Oh, and I assumed that Solar was going to go for an all-in, but no, that's an infestation bid that tells us that Solar is thinking further ahead. Where is he? I'm still torn. Ling drop on the left. More roaches are amassing. Are we going to macro? He's getting infestation bid. He's getting a second Evo chamber. These are signs of a later game. As Percival, he's pushing on the left-hand side. Drop into the main base. Solar, he has a handful of Ravagers. 4 should be enough. He wants the tanks. Ooh, doesn't get them. I'll pick up there out of Percival. Very nice. At the same time, drop into the main base. So Percival, he has some reinforcements. Losing 1 SCV so far. Only 1. Yeah, only 1 dead SCV. So nice defense here by Percival. So he does boost away. Racing back home to defend, but the tanks are exposed. Oh, yeah, the tanks are exposed. The roaches, they do so step forward. Fires 1 of the tanks, gets 1, and is gonna get both. Wow, yeah, the tanks are forced to lift up. The 3rd CC is exposed. Massive damage here. 15 dead SCVs. No, the tanks are stacked. Yeah, the tanks are stacked up. At the same time, Marines, they kill the 4th base, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Critical damage is being dealt. Percival, he just lost 3 tanks and 19 SCVs. Ay. Not like this, Percival. Not like this. Does punish somewhat. Gets 3, maybe. Okay, 3. 3 Ravagers. 3 Ravagers go down. And Solar, he did lose the 4th base, but now he's double expanding. He's still in a 3-base setup. He's building up his Ling Roach Ravager and working on his Hive. The Hive is on the way. Now, in my mind, this Hive should be for Ultras. That would make the most sense, not just because of the follow-up here, but also because +1 melee. We have +1 melee on the way. We have the Baneling speed on the way as well, so Solar, it looks like he should be switching into Ultra Tech. Speaking of, yep, there it is. Ultra Cavern has been thrown down. And that's going to be a massive power spike here for Solar. It's going to be those Ultras. Now, the downside is that Solar, he has limited anti-air. His anti-air is going to be limited to his Spores, Queens, and Vipers. Marines, they do drop in. Getting more drone kills. Nicely done. Liberator in towards the 3rd. Denied mining. 12 drones going down. And again, you can see Percival just pulling Solar apart here. Getting 2 more Queens. 2 more Queens. Oh, good. We'll lose the medevac, but 2 more Queens go down. 14 drones. We spoke about this at the start of the game, how Percival, he thrives in this kind of game state where he's just all over the place. Drops on one side, Liberator on the other. Stimming in, focusing down what he can. Solar, he's struggling a little bit here. Can Solar keep up? The Ultra Cabin has been spotted. More drops on the way. Bold move here as Percival, he moves out with a very low HP medevac. Very low HP. But Solar, he's adapting. He's adjusting to the pace. We'll still lose a couple of drones. 3 drone kills. And Power Bomb pops off. Double drop on the right hand side. Gets into the mineral line. Solar, he is given time to react, but he will lose the expansion. Oh, really? Yeah, the base will go down. Losing the 5th. And again, because Percival has been so aggressive, where's the creep? The creep is barely there because of the aggression, but also because of all the queen kills. Remember, how many queens have gone down this game? 9, and 9 queens have been killed. So there's barely any creep. Ooh, Powerbomb does land. Kills the full medevac. Hey, we spoke earlier about that low HP medevac. And remember the supplies, right? Like Solar, he's maxed, but Solar, a lot of that supply is inflated due to the Red Ravager. Personally, he has the more efficient army, he has the greater defensive setup. And we'll see if Solar can stabilize. Like Solar, he needs to build up his army. How many Vipers does he have? 2. 2 Vipers. Blinding Cloud's going to be crucial to attempt to break that center expansion. The Viper! Jesus. Calm down. Vipers, be careful. He steps in, he gets 1. 1 Viper goes down. A full NG Viper as well. There's 1 Viper left. And 1 Viper remaining. Ay, ay, ay. Jesus, mine shots going off. Collapsing on the tanks. 1 tank goes down. Jesus. Nice piles. Nice piles out of Solar. But he does not break the defensive setup here. The Planetary, the Liberators, the tanks, they hold. So you hold on. Solar does clean up the drops. And he's slowly building up more Ultras. He still only has 1 Viper. The Spire just now begins. Ooh, this is Solar admitting that most likely Broodlord Infestor. Broodlord Infestor is on the mind. But it's going to take some time to get there. Solar, he needs more time back. Needs more time. Ooh. Nice time for the Ultra. Nice shot goes off as well. Liberator on the right hand side. Again, Solar having a hard time keeping up, losing 3 more drones. And an Infestor. Oof. Infestor goes down. Again, meanwhile, while Percival, again, while he's harassing, while he's distracting, he's building up his ghosts. Right, his ghost count has been very low. Oh my god! My shell pops up. But again, the ghosts are slowly amassing. We have 5 ghosts so far. We need more than that. It's getting up to 9. Oof. Miles, they shut down 2 medevacs. That should not have happened. Percival distracting himself. And once Percival perfects his army, then he can push. Until then, it's just drop play. Certainly drops. Catching out a couple of key units. Oof. Nice shield does graze the army, does a little bit more friendly fire. Shove on the top side. Gets 4 more drones. Percival, he has to be careful not to lose too much too quickly. Like, Percival is throwing away a lot of bio here, but he does get an Infestor. Okay. Takes down the Infestor, pulls away. Ghosts are now pushing forward. Where are the Liberators? There's only one. Only one Liberator. I don't know if Percival can actually push here. It's risky. He needs that air support. Yeah, the ghosts are exposed, and Percival, he's too soon. Like, this is too premature. It's too premature. Percival's gonna lose everything here. Nice mine shots. But that was not the time to push. He got too excited, Papi. Yo, we got the mass the mass cooldown supply. Pulls down the supply, heals up his wall. Can only do it once. And Percival, he's now gotten up to 5, soon to be 8 Liberators. He's getting there. Oh my god, as Solo's going for a Dream Drop. Okay. 5 Drop Lords morphing in. Getting ready for the drop. He's loading up. At the same time, Ling run by the right hand side, hoping to distract. Ling's a hit first. And they do get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Soul is distracting. Dune drop into the main. And Percival, does he notice? He does. Yeah, he does notice. He's trying to react. There's only one Marina, one Marauder. Yeah, not able to react with much. There's actually not much in the drops. In the Dropper Lords. But Percival's being pulled apart here. And Bailey's able into the mineral line. Planetary should go down. 23 dead SCVs. The Lings are still wreaking havoc on the right hand side. Getting 30 SCV kills. Ay. Crazy damage. We're still not done. And again, Percival, he's doing so well for himself, but he did take a really bad fight in the center. As we mentioned before, he did move out too soon, moved out too prematurely. He lost too many metamax. He just lost too much supply at once, and that did give momentum to Solar. And now Percival's struggling. Percival, he's struggling. Solar, he's already remaxed. How momentum swings from one player to the other. And Percival, he was just a little bit too late to actually get into this more perfected army of ghosts and liberators. Never quite got there. Now we're collapsing on the ghosts. Bailings are rolling in. The Bailings are a little bit late. Very rough fight for Solar. Yeah, Solar, he went in too soon with the Lings, too late with the Bailings. Ling run by does kill an expansion, does get a mineral line. But again, that was maybe the best fight that Percival could have hoped for. Nine shots are bumming up. Oh, Solar! Being out a lot of corruptors. Again, Solar's remaxing. He's got his Lane Bane Ultra. He doesn't really have many spellcasters. He's got one Viper, one Infestor. But again, Percival just cannot keep up supply-wise. He's just let out too much over the course of this game. Tanks are exposed. Can he get in trouble with the Ghost this time? The Ghost kite away. Going for the expansion. Fungal does land. Oof. The Fungal did barely land there, clipping the army. Solar, he'll lose his army, but he takes in the base. Takes down the expansion. 15 dead SCVs. And Soul just has to keep doing that. Just keep doing that over and over again. It was a very messy fight. It was very inefficient. That's true. But Solar can afford to be inefficient. He can afford it. Solar, calm down. As once again, Solar engaging a little bit too soon. Does surround a couple of Marauders. But he bleeds out a lot of Ling Bane doing so. Solar, we gotta calm down, back. Calm down. Once again, does get surrounded this time. Very nice. There we go. Does get 3 of the ghosts. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Percival, he finally runs out of steam, and Solar, he'll extend his lead at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he does extend his lead here. Again, it was, I would say, initially in favor of Percival. Percival, who was doing so well, just applying pressure and doing so much damage, drop after drop, run by as well. He was tearing Solar apart. Solar having a very hard time keeping up with the speed of Percival, but one bad fight too many. If you remember, Percival, he lost a double drop on the left-hand side, he lost a drop on the right, he pushed through the center, he pushed too soon. Like, there were a couple of really consecutively rough moments, all condensed into like a couple of seconds where... Oh. All condensed into a couple of seconds where we did see that Percival just lost too much too quickly, and he just could not sustain those losses. Oh. Could not sustain, and that gave momentum to Solar that allowed him to start to break out, to counterattack, and to overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into Game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Winter Madness. We'll see if Percival can begin the comeback, or we'll see if Solar can close it out. Let's go. Also, in Momento, I do have to open the window. Open the window. BRB. Go back. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. The South Korean Terran, we have the red Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. Welcome one all to Game 3. Game 3 of the series of the semifinals. Remember, herO is waiting for the winner of this series in the grand finals. Will it be a ZVP or a TVP? We're here to find out. And again, Percival, he did not look bad at all last game. He didn't look bad at all. It's just, unfortunately, he did start to kind of fray at the seams towards the end of the game, where he started making some mistakes. He started overextending, started losing too much, and that gave momentum, or that took momentum away from the Terran, and it gave it to the Zerg. Did give it to the Zerg instead. So we'll see. We'll see if Percival can try to end things a little bit earlier, if he can try to maintain that momentum and keep it going. Let's go. Here comes the SCV Scouts going Rax Expand. Standard opener here out of Percival. Likewise, a standard opener out of Solar as well. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Crazy, nothing wild. Likewise, hope you've all been enjoying your midweek happy. Midweek madness as we're getting through Wednesday here. It's been a very hot summer, very hot January. It's been very rough, especially with all the IO things that have been happening as well. Like, it's well, we're getting through it. Of course, we have the Rongi Cup coming up this week as well. The finals. And the semis, and the quarterfinals as well. Over the next couple of days. We'll be all over it. Oh. As we do see Percival going for a third CC. Okay, so it's going 3 CC, 1-1-1. Much more economic build this time out of Percival. What did Percival go for the last game? He went for a 2-1-1, if you remember. Went for a 2-1-1, early sim timing. This time he's going for a faster command center. So much more greedier, much more economic build here out of our Terran. Oh, okay, it's going to be a 3cc 2-on-1. Okay, I see you. So this is still more economic. It's going to be a later stim timing. A later stim timing. This does mean that we will be making up to 4 Hellions. 2 to 4 Hellions here. Still no big commitment, but a commitment nonetheless. To have a couple of Hellions on the map to apply a little bit of pressure as we still work towards stim and Master Marine and the drop play. But again, this will be a later timing compared to last game, just because of the faster command center. So much more economic variation. Because of this, Solar, it's going to be on him to determine whether or not it is a greedy build or not. Solar will see the initial Hellions, and that might kind of deter him from droning up too much. We'll see. Solar comes in with the Link Scouts. Does try to slip in, does confirm the second rack he sees. Yeah, he's aware of the 3cc 2-on-1. Solar sees everything. And you might be thinking, but Solar didn't see the third command center. He didn't, but he saw the early Hellion production. With a regular 2-on-1, you'd never have Hellions. So he now sees the second racks, he sees the Hellions, he knows 3cc 2-on-1. So Solar knows he can just drone up, but we should be seeing an EVA chamber soon. Oh, that's different. It's a 420 lair timing. Okay. Going lair first. Bold move. No shot, he goes meters. No shot. He's getting a third gas. 2 gases in the main. He's getting a third gas geyser here at the natural as well. Have my attention. Meanwhile, looks like, it's going to be a 3cc 2-on-1 Hellbat push. Do you see what I see? Armory. Armory is on the way. It's going to be a Hellbat stim timing here by Percival. This is going to hit very hard. Now, if Solar is not going roaches, and he's not, if Solar's going for a fast Spire, he might just die. He's getting up to 4 gases, +1 carapace is on the way. Lair is now done. I don't see a Bailey Nest. Not Spire. He's going Ling Hydra. True. We brought this up last time we casted Shin. But yes, Ling Hydra. This is a style that Solar has been popularizing as of late. He's been very fond of this. It's a very aggressive style. It does delay Banelings quite heavily, and it does allow you to have a very strong Hydra timing available to you. True. The problem is, though, there are no Banelings, there are no Roaches. It's purely Ling Queen. Right now, Solar's vulnerable, and Percival, he might just overwhelm. Let's go. Percival stims in. First Queen is going to be targeted down. Nice transfuse. Yeah, clutch transfuse. Lings are coming from behind, but there are so many Hellbats. Yeah, so many Hellbats and Lings, they just melt. Ooh, Queens, they do focus down the medevac. It's a very close defense here, but the Queens will fall. Yeah, losing almost every single Queen. There's 3 Queens left. Down to 3. Down to 1. 1 Queen remaining. And Percival, he has done it. He has broken the 3rd base. Drones are going down. At the same time, looks like there was a Ling run by. Ooh, Overlord's getting caught out as well. Now, this doesn't kill, but this does cripple. This does cripple Solar. As Solar was trying to drone, trying to saturate. Again, the builds lined up. Whether Solar was going into 2-base Hydra, 2-base Muta, both would have resulted in the same outcome here, where Percival does do critical damage. That was how many? That was 8 Queens going down. Jesus. 8 Queens, 2 Overlords, 5 Drones, 45 Lings. Very shaky defense here from Solar. He just didn't know. He just didn't know what was going on. And can Percival keep this going? Can he keep this up? Does focus on 2 Hydras. 2 Hydras go down. Now, if you remember, the purpose of this build for Solar was to hit with his upgrades, hit with speed and with range. The Hydra upgrades, I mean. But Solar may have lost too much that he might just miss that timing and just macro up instead. As the Hydras, they attempt to trade. So here, Percival just trying to keep up the momentum, but there's not really that much to work with here. He wants that queen. I know. He gets 3 drones, not bad. 3 drones go down for 3 Marines. Percival claiming his 4th. Building up his bio tank. But this is a really, I mean, I was going to say that this is a really difficult 4th base to maintain, but at the same time, he should be pushing, right? He should be pushing out and defending the space with his army. As he should be expanding with his push. So it should be okay. As Percival is moving out through the center. And Solar bailing speed just now finishing up. Okay, just now in time. Can he get on top of the tanks before they siege? There's 4 tanks in total. 2 of them do siege up. Percival is moving in. So close to collapsing on this. 2 tanks do on siege at the wrong moment. All 4 tanks go down. Massive pickups. Oh no! Yeah, the splits aren't there either. No splits. Solar, he shuts down the army. At the same time, drop into the natural. There's nothing in the medevac, nothing in the drop. The main push is shut down, and Solar, he gains momentum. He takes it away from Percival. Percival now pushing on the right-hand side with 2 tanks. Solar, he could just avoid this and just go straight for the bases. Where we headed? He's just going for the tanks. He's just going for the tanks. Why not? Stutter stepping forward. 1 tank goes down. 2nd tank as well. Percival losing a full medevac. Oh no. Now Percival, he will at least get a base, but Solar doesn't care. Not anymore. He's just going for the kill. Going for the throats. Bailey's ahead for the mineral lines. Tanks, they go down to the lings. Oof, that's 16 SCV kills. And Percival just does not have enough. He cannot keep up. Not like this, man. Not like this. Again, the early Hellbat timing did a lot of damage. He killed 8 queens at the start of the game. That was great. That was beautiful. But pushing against a mass Ling Hydra composition like this against Solar was able to catch all 4 tanks immediately. And that was it. That was the end of the push. GG gets called. Solar, he will claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he will claim the series, he will advance on, but a shout out to Percival, because Percival, he had a good showing for himself. Again, I was very impressed by Percival in game 2. Like game 2, Percival, he was winning. He was ahead. He was ahead in the majority of that game until the very end, where he did fumble the ball, of course. Like things it did kind of fumble and things were looking a little bit rough. When he overextended, when he lost too much across the map. Here in game number 3 as well, I was fond of the opener. I was fond of the damage that was dealt early on, but Percival, he overextended. He pushed out with his 4 tanks. He got caught unsieged. His first 4 tanks were the first things to go down when it came to his push. And that was the end, right? That was the end of his aggression. That was the end of his push, and that meant that he could not defend his bases back at home. GG. GG, well played. With that, Solar, he does advance on to the grand finals, and we have 1 series left here tonight. It's going to be a best of 5 finals between Solar and herO. Let's go. Let us go. Solar and herO, they're about to face off. Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. So we are going to be cutting to a short break. We're going to be cutting to a short break here. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. Again, it's going to be Solar versus herO in that best of 5. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, those grand finales here of the PiGosaur Cup number 67. Again, this is a weekly tournament, a weekly open cup, catered a little bit more towards the Korean and North American time zone. And we have our two finalists. We have the grand finals. The best of 5 is ready for you. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing T1. It is herO. SKT. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets, Papi, on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 5. Coming into this, herO is the favorite player. Again, herO, he is the best Protoss in the world, arguably currently the best player in the world, just because he's been popping off and winning all the big premier events over the past 2 months. In saying that, though, again, we have seen herO slip up from time to time, and even this weekend we saw Classic. Classic did take down herO in the finals of KSL. We have seen Solar pose a threat to herO as well, so I'm hoping for a back and forth series regardless of who wins. I want to see a game 4, I want to see a game 5. I do not want a 3-0, but it's up to the players. Let's go. It's up to how we can perform today. The pressure's on. The pressure is on. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Solar. Likewise, a Gate Expand out of herO. Everything so far is looking normal, but only in the openers because we're expecting some more variety in the mid-game. One of the best things about herO is just how aggressive and how diverse he is in the mid-game in PvZ, and we have been discussing this over the past couple of weeks, but the mid-game has been changing and shifting. I should say the meta has been shifting. If you know anything about PvZ, you'll know that for 2 years, for quite some time now, the standard, maybe 3 years, the standard, the go-to has been going for a Stargate opener, Stargate, triple Oracle into a third base, into a Twilight Council and Forge, a +1 and Blink follow-up. That is the standard. That has been the standard for a number of years at this point, but in recent weeks and in recent months we have seen a bit of a deviation. We have seen, yes, Stargate opener, Stargate into a third, into triple Oracle, but instead of going +1 and Blink, we've been seeing more and more +1 and Charge instead. Now what does that do? What does that mean? Well, when it comes to a standard game, typically in ZVP, Zerg players, they do want to cut corners. They want to, if they can, skip Roaches and skip Banelings, right? They want to skip Roaches, they want to skip Banelings, they want to go Ling Hydra early Eva Chamber, +1 melee into Ling Hydra in towards Lurker Tech in a longer game. Like that's kind of what the Zerg player wants to do. But if you're skipping Banelings and if you're skipping Roaches, then you are vulnerable to early Zealot timing attacks. And that is where herO has been excelling. Not just herO, he kind of led the charge, and we've seen players like Classic and MaxPax and others kind of follow suit. If you weren't here 2 weeks ago now, herO 3-0'd Serral doing this. herO, he straight up, Serral is the best Zerg player in the world. Serral, he's the reigning world champion, and herO 3-0'd him. He 3-0'd him in Thunderfire. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. By going for these early charge timing attacks on a much more regular basis. Here though, Void Ray first. Okay, so we're gonna have to put a pin on, you know, standard opener into +1 and Charge. Put a pin on that for game 2, game 3, game 4. For now, Void Ray opener. The goal here is to hunt down the Overlord. Hunt down the Overlord to deny vision, deny scouting, and make it more difficult for the Zerg player to figure out what the hell's going on. So the Void Ray does move out, the Overlord is here on the right hand side, and herO so far, he does miss the Overlord. Ooh, okay, he does miss it. But he will move out and he can still find another Overlord and still get some more damage done. Void Ray moves out, and Solar, he pulls away. He spotted the Void Ray with the Lings, pulls back his Overlords. Nice reaction so far. Lings are poking in, and again, here he's still looking for that Void Ray. Sorry, still looking for that Overlord, I should say. Still looking. Yeah, he's checking here outside of his main, and he will find it. He finds the Overlord. He will hunt it down. Do you see what I see? That is an early Twilight Council. That is an early council. Here we're setting up for what should be a Forge, so I'm leaning towards +1 and Charge just because that has been the go-to for herO, but this could still be +1 and Blink. We'll see. Meanwhile, Solar back at home. He's trying to keep up with the Oracles. So far so good. No major damage dealt yet. Economically, Solar, he's holding his own, and you can see Solar going for a safety Roach one. And I feel like against herO, you have to go for this. As I mentioned before, typically at this level of play, Zerg players, if they can get away with it, they want to skip it. They want to skip Roaches, but with the rise of charge-based builds and charge-based timing attacks, you can see here that we have Roaches on the way. This is a safer way to play. It's not as efficient. Meanwhile, herO not going for charge, going into blink. Ooh, so in the kind of like rock, paper, scissors that we're getting into, I do favor herO's position, and herO throws down extra gateways. He's getting up to 6 gates, and he may just go for a 3-base all-in. So we're waiting for an extra gateway. If herO throws down 1 more gateway, and if he moves out with a probe and he sets up a proxy across the map, it will be a 3-base 8-gate all-in. This used to be very trendy a couple of years ago, like in 2023-ish era of StarCraft. Used to be very trendy, and nowadays you see it every now and then. We'll keep it on herO. We'll see if he doesn't take his gases. We'll see if he gets another gateway. But this can hit hard. Fun fact, these very heavy, like, Blink Stalker-based compositions, they struggle against Ling Hydra, but remember, Solo went for the Roach Warren. Went for the Roach Warren. And they do get into the natural. So far, 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going down. Ooh, this is already getting a little bit out of hand. And Solo's going into mutants. He gets scouted. Oh, he gets scouted immediately. They still find more damage, by the way. 5 drones going down. 6 drone kills. Ay. Forces the cancel. That was the initial plan, but not anymore. And now we have Roach Speed. Roach Speed plus on range. Again, Solo's going into a very, very Roach-heavy composition. Meanwhile, herO takes gases. Okay. If he didn't take gases, I would assume that herO would go into an all-in, but taking gases means that he can afford tech, referring to Immortals, Colossus, Storm. He can start to get into that. Meanwhile, Overlord Speed. Ooh, this is indicative of Drop Lords, indicative of a German taxi, indicative of Solar cutting workers and going for an all-in himself. You can see Solar, he is cutting workers at 67. That is a 3-base saturation. That is a 3-base all-in. Solar, he's going to double down. He's the one going all-in instead. It's going to be up to herO to defend. And herO is getting extra gateways. Temple Archives is on the way for Storm. herO has a healthy amount of Stalkers already. I'm not too convinced that this is going to work for Solar, I'll be honest. Oh, even losing a Gas Geyser. Gas Geyser goes down. herO, he hasn't seen the lack of saturation. Again, no drones. There's no drones here, essentially. Like, there's only 67. So Solar is all in. herO has yet to confirm. And he's actually moving out. This is going to benefit Solar. Solar, he wants to fight out in the open, if possible. And herO soon has to get the hell out of here. herO breaks in. Solar coming in from behind. herO, he does spot the army. He knows. Okay, now he spots the army. Instantly, shield batteries. Shield batteries are on the way. Cannons are on the way. herO, he's trying to react, but he only has seconds to do so. He only has a couple of seconds to react. There we go. More pylons, more shield batteries, more cannons, I should say. More of everything. The Job Lords have arrived. The all-in is here, but ooh, herO, he denies 2 Ravagers. 2 Ravagers are denied. This is going to be a tough hold for herO. He wasn't quite ready for this. But has he put enough time? He's now got Archons. Archons have more tin. Okay, the Archons, they punish the Zerglings. Stalkers, they focus on the Roaches and the Queens. And so far, nice setup here by herO, but still, that's going to be 13, 14 probes going down. The economic damage here at the natural. hero's distracted. Yeah, hero's distracted. He does not notice. Like, critical damage here at the natural. 23 probes go down. That was not meant to happen. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened, and Solo may have just done it. He has broken herO. The Ling Runway was the MVP. The wall was open, Pappy. The wall was not a wall. Yeah, down goes the 3rd base. herO going for the dive. hero's getting desperate. herO, he will kill all these Ravagers. Yeah, he can chase down the Ravagers, and herO has to keep going. Remember, hero's all in. There's no macroing out of this. herO, he lost the base. He lost his economy. He lost everything. herO, he has to end the game. He does snipe every single Ravager. And now it's on Solo to survive the counterattack. Momentum does swing from one player to the other. Ravagers are exposed. They're going to be the first to go down. Every Ravager falls. And the Roaches are struggling. Yeah, they're struggling on their own. Stalkers are trying to chase. Picking up more Roaches. Void Ray has arrived as well. Oh, God, and Solar can't defend. Yeah, Solar, he cannot defend. GG gets called. herO with the counterattack will claim game 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, herO, he had a very shaky defense. Late scout, late reaction, late defense. Didn't even see the Ling slipping into his natural. He was crippled, but remember, he had that superior army, right? He had the mass Stalker, he had the mass Archons as well. We did mention that if herO had gone into charge, then Solo would be at the advantage, but herO going into blink meant that herO had the superior army in a head-on fight, and herO, even though he lost his 3rd, he was able to counterattack and end the game. GG. GG, well played. herO forced into an all-in and did snowball out of control. Solar, even though he dealt critical damage, he could not survive the counterattack, couldn't survive the all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. And again, already really interesting setup here when it comes to the builds, when it comes to the openers, and we'll see how we adjust coming into game number 2. A much smaller map this time. We're going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Much smaller map. Now, the likelihood of Solar going for another 2-base all-in, I was going to say is very high. There is a high chance that he goes for another all-in, but at the same time, do you want to go for another 3-base all-in after it failed in game 1? That's the question. It is going to hit harder on Ruby Rock because of the smaller map, true. So it will be a little bit stronger, that is true. But at the same time, herO should also be going for a safe build as well. Like he should recognize that that kind of aggression is favored, and he should compensate for that as well. So we'll see. We shall see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Open wall, pants down, herO baits. See, the problem is that herO, he likes playing with his pants down, papi. Like, he likes it. Ah. Este herO. herO God, este Paco. Paquito, papi, Paquito. Bienvenidos. Good to see you. Good to see you. Como siempre, papi, como siempre. Hope you're doing well. Este Paquito. herO wall, was it a bait? It wasn't a bait. I should kind of cut that off before, like, we don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to have any copium in the chat. herO did not want to lose. He did not want to lose 30 probes. He did not want to lose 30 probes. He did not want to lose his third base. Ideally, he is able to wall up his natural defend, have a stronger defense, and then counterattack and have a cleaner game. So it was not a bait by any means. It definitely was not intentional, but he was able to work with that kind of position anyway, right? It's like, despite being crippled, he still had the greater army to work with and was able to counterattack. So did not bait Solar, but again, he likes playing from behind, papi. True. He likes it. As for now, we are going to be settling in. So far, we have standard openers, but we'll see what the mid game looks like. You know, do we once again go Stargate? Do we go Void Ray again 2 games in a row? Do we open up Oracle, triple Oracle into a third? Do we go into Glaive Adepts? True, we have seen a lot of Glaives out of herO. He's been very successful with Glaive Adepts as well. If you watch the series against Arena, if you watch the series against Serral, then we have seen herO Glaive Adept the hell out of the top Zerg players in the world. Show us what you got. For now, we do have the pylon placed close to the main, close to the main base. With this, we'll see what we go for. Typically a Stargate opener, the Stargate will be placed, the pylon will be placed a little bit further out. Here it's closer to the chest. We'll see if herO goes Void Ray again. Eyes are on herO. Meanwhile, Solar's droning, saturating, getting his third base. Link speed is on the way, pulls out of gas, no fast lair. No fast roach horn, or anything crazy like that. It's pulled out of gas. Does pull out. herO poking in. He pokes in, doesn't get much done though, just getting eyes on saturation, eyes on drones, eyes on any excess lings. And this time, no Void Ray. This time, Oracle first. Okay. Is going for the earlier Oracle instead. With this, he'll be able to harass, able to poke out. And Solar is making a decent chunk of lings, actually. He's going for his counterattack, trying to catch out the Adepts. He's going to get one. Ah, not even. Yeah, both Adepts do shade away. The Oracle has arrived. Lings they attempt to chase down, but they get punished by the Oracle. And that was the Overlord falling as well. So herO so far looking solid. So he can at least get eyes on the third base and maybe keep an Oracle at home. Things they poke in. But they don't get much done. They just scout. Now it's up to Soul to keep up. Remember, 2 Oracles, they can one-shot drones as they rotate in between the bases. They hit the third. Oh, Queens are keeping up. So far, 1, 2, 3 drone kills, but the Oracle does take a lot of hull damage. Hero has to pull out at the same time. Mass Link does hit the third base with the Oracle's in position. And the Lings, at least they distract. They distract more than anything. We have 4 Adepts that make their way across the map. Are there any Lings at home to defend? Uh-oh. They're not. Yeah, they're not at home. Solar, he's out of position. We have a couple of Lings trickling in. It looks like, yeah, it should be enough. Yeah, it should be enough. 1 Adept goes down. Solar does pick up one of the Stalkers. Meanwhile, Hero gets into the main. And drones are exposed. Gets 1. Gets 1 drone, but only 1. Whew. And the game will continue. I mean, Hero, he's got a lot of value, I will say. Hero, he's killed 30 Zerglings, 4 drones, 1 Overlord. Like, it's been much more efficient here for Hero so far. Oh, and it might be too efficient. Solar's all in. Okay, Solar, he's going for Overlord speed. Just like last game, Overlord speed is typically indicative of a Joblord all-in, of a German taxi. Last game, it was a 3-base all-in off of 67 workers. This time, it looks like Solar's going to commit with a lower drone count. A much lower drone count, but also still going for Joblords, also still going for an all-in. There we go, here comes the first Joblord. Queens will load up, Roaches are amassing, and one way or another, the game is about to end. Now, Hero, he has yet to piece this together. Hero, he has yet to figure out what's going on. So far, only 1 shield battery here at his own third. Remember, the rush distance by ground is very short in this map. All-ins are favored, they hit even faster. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes Solar. Hero still has no idea where the cannons, where the shield batteries, where's the defensive setup. The all-in is coming. Hero, now he knows. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows. But a very late realization. See, you can see now he throws down those shield batteries, but they're so late. The all-in is already here. The all-in has arrived. The Roaches are a little bit late. A lot of Lings already go down. Yeah, Lings are falling. Queens, they focus on one of the Oracles. There's a Transfuse left over as well. Nice Miles. Gets one of the Oracles as well. That's 2 Oracles going down. There's 1 left. Yeah, only 1 left, and with that, the boys are being pulled. Solar, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken Hero. Again, late scout, a late reaction, late everything for Hero, and he will lose the third base. And this time, there's no counterattack. Yeah, this time, no counterattack. Again, Solar cutting workers at 49, so a very, very, very earlier, or much earlier all-in. With a much lower drone counts. Third base is full, and GG gets called, and Solar ties up the series. We have it back and forth. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Hero, he failed to scout. He had a really nice start. He was trading very, very efficiently, killing Lings, killing drones. And then, of course, you saw Solar recognize that as well, that he was too far behind. He had to all in, and Hero didn't realize until it was too late. By the time he scouted, again, he only had a couple of seconds to react before the all-in was already knocking down his front door. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Solar does tie things up, and now we're getting into game number 3. What map are we loading into this time? Ooh, 10,000 feet. Okay. Interesting. 10,000 feet coming up next. This is the smallest rush distance map in the map pool. Very, very small map. Aggression is kind of favored here. There's some pros and there's some cons, right? On the one hand, it's a small map. True. Small map, short rush distance. On the other hand, it's a lot more defendable on 3 bases. Specifically on this map, typically whenever you have a 3-base setup, there's usually like an entrance into the natural that's an option to attack into. So your army is split between your third and your natural. But here on 10,000 feet, your third base is in front of your own. Wrong race, wrong race. Solar, he did pick Terran by accident. But specifically on 10,000 feet, your third base is in front of your natural. That means you can just park your army at the third, and it protects your third base and your natural and your main at the same time. So there are less kind of aggressive options on 10,000 feet. So that does make it a little bit easier to defend. That compensates for the shorter rush distance. So we'll see. We could, for the first time this series, get a mid game, get some mid game, and get a macro game. Could get there. We shall see. Leading into 10,000 feet. This time our players have picked the correct race. It's all good. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing T1. Being forced into a tied series, it is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is a Solar. Here we go, and welcome all to 10,000 feet. As we mentioned before, again, I mean, as we're just pointing out here and now, we do have our natural, we have our forward location. So in a standard kind of map layout, you'd have this triangular third base, and you'd have the linear third base. And you'd have to pick and choose which one of these two bases to expand to, and that would result in multiple attack options, because then the aggressing player can attack here at the third base, they can attack here at the natural, or here on the left-hand side. Specifically though, on 10,000 feet, we have the forward base option, this forward expansion. So if you take this forward base, it means that there's no other kind of attack path. You can attack, sure, I guess top side and bottom side, but you can just keep your army here and defend both locations, or rotate to both armies, depending on where they do attack from. So again, it's a much more easier 3-base defense. Hatch gas pool, standard open out of Solar. I guess what I'm getting at is that because of that, there's a lower chance that Solar will all in. Solar, he's all in twice now in this series, and I expect to see more, right? Like Solar, it's very rare to see him macro in ZVP. Like he's very, very, very fond of all-ins, and there's a reason why we've seen 2 all-ins already this series. But specifically on 10,000 feet, we have a chance that maybe Solo goes into mutas. Maybe he plays mutas instead and goes into a longer game. Maybe he rushes into lurkers. Maybe he plays Lingbane Hydra. We'll see. Technically, you can still try to all in, but I would say I'd be ill-advised to go for an all-in 3 games in a row. Specifically on this map. But we'll see. As for now, getting into our tech of choice. So Stargate opener out of herO. Does open Stargate. From here we can go Void Ray or Oracle. herO has been mixing it up a little bit. Been mixing it up. And likewise, we're expecting to see Solo go for a safety Roach Warren as well, right? Aggression isn't just, you know, a one-way street, right? It's like Solo sure he's been going for a lot of all-ins. At the same time, herO, he can also be aggressive himself. And there it is Void Ray first. Okay. Does open Void Ray. From here we can see herO try to cut some corners, throw down some hidden tech. Again, it's going to be that much more difficult for Solo to confirm. Solo does pick him with those Ducklings. Going for the expansion. Can he force a cancel? He can. Yeah, it looks like he can. The base is getting low. Oh, jeez, that was close. That was so close. There's a cancellation. Thankfully not a kill, but a very nice start for Solar. Very nice. So force a cancel. herO is going to be delayed. Oh my god, and we spoke about it. When you open Void Ray, you can hide tech. We are going for the fast Twilight Count. Sorry, for the fast Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon into double Stargate. From here, it should be Tempest. Should be a double Stargate Tempest rush out of herO. The going Mass Tempest specifically on this map excels just because of the terrain, right? There's a lot of terrain you can work with to try to stay away from any kind of ground-based army. Technically, we have seen carrier rushes, but they're a little bit more rare. Tempests are the go-to. Meanwhile, Solo is going for the safety Roach Warren. Building up his roaches. herO does poke in. And the first Tempests are on the way. Now, the question becomes, does herO commit into pure Sky Toss, or does he switch into ground? He's getting Tectonic Destabilizers, true. That does give bonus damage to structures. So then he can knock down some bases. The Tempest, where they rallied on the right hand side towards the third base, not towards the main. That would be the other option, to head for the main base and to go for the lair. Ooh, as we're going into the Spire, okay. Bearing in mind that Solo doesn't know. Solo, he does not really know what's going on, but he's going to Spire play, most likely for mutas. If you remember, at the start of this game, we mentioned that mutas were a possibility just because there's less of a chance for Solo to go for an all-in. Which is probably why hero's even going for this build. Lings, they poke in, the Tempests are on the way. The Spire is almost halfway done, and the Tempests are now confirmed. Okay, they're now revealed. How many queens are there? 6. So 6 queens so far. We'll take 3 volleys to kill a queen. And so far the queens, they're buying time, they're holding their own. They're dancing with the Tempest. Spire is almost done, and I feel like, again, because the Spire was so fast, because the Corruptor is going to be so quick, I don't think herO can pull this off. We'll see. Corruptor production has begun. Again, these are very fast Corruptors because Solo was already going into Spire play, was already setting up her mutas. 1 queen goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. It's 2 queen kills. Now he's coming here for the base. It kills the 3rd. And soon he has to recall. Soon he's gonna have to get the hell out of here. Oh, Corruptors are revealed. Hero's being greedy. He's being greedy. He wants the base. Oh no, he doesn't get it. Oh my god, he barely does, but he will lose everything in the process. That's going to be almost every Tempest going down. 4 Tempests full. Here he has 1 Tempest left. He barely has anything. Hero's in danger. Corruptors are coming. And was that worth it? Were 2 bases and a handful of queens worth 4 Tempests? Ay, ay, ay. Bearing in mind that everything else has been delayed in favor of the Tempest. Sky's army does pull away. Ooh, Overlord speed. Yeah, Overlord speed here. So it looks like it's Solar. After losing those 2 bases, again, he did reset the Tempest count. He wants to go for the kill. He wants to go for an all-in. Now, the economy has been stifled. Solar, he does have 84 drones. True, he does have a decent drone count. Saturation is still a little bit lopsided. But I believe Solar's going to commit. The last thing Solar wants to do is let herO stabilize. As here he's turtling up. He's slowly turtling up back at home. Solar, he's maxed out. As I mentioned before, Solar is all or nothing. He has to end the game soon. Now, the reason why we say all in is because Solar, he's not taking out. There's no infestation bit, there's no extra droning, there's no extra setup. He wants to break through here and now. And we'll see if he can. Storm is not ready. 25 Templar, but no Storm. Corruptor's a threat, no dive. Storm is still a ways away. And Corruptors are going for the Mothership. The Mothership does hold its own. Nice slow zone. Nice slow zone on the ship. One-Eyed Templar goes down. Gets one so far. Here comes the Storms. Oh my god. Yeah, 2 Storms do land. And with all these Storms available, here he's holding on. Yeah, the army does push forward. There's still another Storm to punish. Another Storm lands. And here he holds. He holds. He shuts down this army, chasing down the Ravagers. Ay, ay, ay. And this is brutal here. Solar, he will lose everything. There's one Ravager left. The Tempest, one of them does go down. But remember, Solar, he was committed. He was all in. Yes, he has a high drone count, but he has no further attack. He has no Hive. He has no Spellcasters. He has no Hydras, no Lurkers, no nothing else. Every Corruptor goes down. And Solar, things are looking bleak. He's getting ready for round 2. He's getting ready for round 2. Ooh, herO pushing out like this is scary. This is a risky maneuver from herO. Remember, Solar, he's just maxing out on Lingeroach Ravager. Solar, he wants to fight, and herO gives him what he wants. Oh god, but the Zealots though. Jesus, the Zealots, they come in time. herO, he's trading well, at least until the Zealots run out. And the final Zealot does fall. And herO, he has to get out of here. Yeah, he has to pull away. Not enough charge lots. As you mentioned, Solar, he wanted to fight on his side of the map if at all possible. herO's crazy. herO, calm down. He's crazy. Zealot run by the right-hand side. These are expensive losses for herO. Bleeding out Stalkers. Expensive losses here. But herO, he does distract. Kites well. Nice blink control. Zealots, they run into reinforcements. herO still does trade well on top of the ramp though. True. Does get some decent pickoffs. But the problem here is that, again, herO, he lost how many Stalkers during that engagement? 10 Stalkers went down. Solar can replenish his army. This is a very cheap army for Solar. herO taking a lot of losses. Here comes wave 3. Now, Solar, he's trying to take up Hive. The Hive has now begun. It's a very late Hive here for Solar. Oh, Zealots move in. There are no Lings. Yeah, no Lings, no Banelings. Again, the quality army here is just superior for herO. Diving on the Ravagers. And Solar shouldn't be here. Ay, ay, ay. Solar bleeding out too much. Nice Miles. Does catch the Oracle. And now it's Solar's turn to trade inefficiently and to lose the Roach Ravager for the 3rd time. Oof. GG. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and herO will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played again. Solar, he was completely all in. I think there are like some people that are like a little bit confused by the fact that 4 base all-ins are a thing. Again, 84 workers, 4 base all-in there out of Solar. Once again, there was no plan to tech up even further. There was no Hive, there was no Hydra Den, no Lurker Den, no Greater Spire, no nothing. Like, it was all meant to that was all built up to end the game then and there. And Solar failing to kill means that the game ends. The game ends, the all-in has failed, and herO snowballs out of control. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive defense there by herO, not gonna lie. Like, I was a little bit concerned just because Storm was so late, but once Storm kicked in, he covered everything in Storms. There's some crazy Storms out of herO. And Solar lost everything. Lost everything in that first push, and with that, we're now getting into game number 4. Oh boy. And we'll see if herO can claim the win, or we'll see if Solar can force the ace match. I'm at least happy that we've had a back and forth. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I wanted a back and forth. I did not want a 3-0. But can we go all the way to the ace match? That's the real question, Pat. No. Can we get there? Here we go. We're getting into game 4 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1, leading the series 2-1 in one game we're playing the series. It is a herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Solar. Here we go. Here we go as we get into our standard openers. Welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbit is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Now we have seen non-stop all-ins out of Solar. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. Will that trend continue coming into Game 4? Most likely, yes. But I will say that this map isn't really conducive to that sort of style. It is a much larger map, longer rush distance. I will say that the 4 and 5 base setup is much more spread out. So you can try to be hyper aggressive on a 4 base economy. So I typically do expect to see Solar build up to 4 bases, but we'll see. Another option here is Muta play. If you remember, Solar, he wanted to play Mutas last game. That was the plan. That was the goal, is to get into Mutas. Here just so happened to be rushing into Tempest, so he had to make use of the Spire and make use of Corruptors instead, but the initial plan was Mutas, so we could see that here as well. Could see that out of Solar. That is an option on White Rabbit. Meanwhile, herO has some freedom. He has some breathing room. Because herO is ahead in the series, he can take a risk, take a chance, and be aggressive himself. Oh boy. For now, Stargate. Stargate open out of herO. He has been mixing in either Void Ray or Oracle-based openers. So we'll see what it's going to be this time. At the moment, there's no real clear indication whether it's going to be one or the other. I would say that because the Stargate is a little bit closer to the edge of his main, there's a higher chance it's going to be an Oracle, but it could be either one. To an aggressive wall. Ah, no. You want him to play like Golden, baby. I hear ya. And there it is, Void Ray first, once again. For the third time this series. For the third time this series, opening a Void Ray. With this, you can hunt down the Overlords, deny vision, deny scouting. Now, I can't imagine it's going to go for another Tempest Rush. I would say that the Tempest Rush does hit better and does hit different on 10,000 feet because of the size of the map. But here on White Rabbit, I would say that the Tempest Rush is weaker because it takes longer to get across the map. Tempest, they're not fast. They're not fast, boys. Speed is of the essence. Now, we could still high tech. We could see a fast Twilight Council, fast Robo. Second Stargate into Void Rays, true. Oh, where are we going? Void Ray does overshoot. A bit of a move command. And the Overlord is getting in, by the way. That should not happen. Yeah, the Overlord is getting closer and closer here to the Stargates. Can he spot the second unit? Cannot. Yeah, cannot. So in the end, no additional scouting from Solar. Overlord, it does fall. And we'll see what Solar can piece together. He's moving up with the Lings. Does move out. Oh, okay, that's a 417 layer timing. Meanwhile, he was doing it again. He's going for the Fleet Beacon. He's going for the second Stargates. Yep, double Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Tempest Rush. Same build 2 games in a row. I'll be honest, I'm surprised. Okay, I'm surprised. I'm sure Solar will be as well. Now, a couple of things here. We're getting mirrored builds all around. On the one hand, yes, Tempest Rush. On the other hand, Fast Lair, just like last game, or the Roach Horn, just like last game. I'm feeling a Spire. Gases are being taken. Gases are being taken. Are we going for another Spire? If we have mirrored builds but on a larger map, I do favor Solar. I do favor him that much more. Oh, that is not a Spire. Tempest Rush against an all-in, baby. We have Overlord Speed on the way, so Solar, he's going for a 3-base all-in. We'll see when he cuts workers. So far, he's on 50 drones. 50 drones so far. He's getting a 4th base just for Larva. And I think herO is going to shut this down. I'll be honest, like, Tempest, I mean, we'll see. So, Tempest, they're going to get free damage the entire fight. They should be safe. They should never die. Tempest is just going to getting free damage the entire time. It all depends on whether or not herO sets up defensively. We need cannons and shield batteries. Cannons and shield batteries back at home. Lings are moving out. Here comes the all-in. Drop Lord is loaded up. And herO, he now spots the roaches. Now he sees. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows. But again, herO is not ready. He's not ready back at home. The pants are down. Yeah, the pants are down. Lings have arrived. Tempest are catching some reinforcements. The queens are coming in. Going for the first Tempest. And now we have shield batteries. Late shield batteries here out of herO. But as I mentioned before, these Tempests, they should just get free damage. Wow, and they deny the all-in. No shot. Drones have begun. Solar starts droning. He throws down a Spire. Solar, he admits that he cannot kill herO. The all-in has failed. And the Tempest counterattack? Oh, that's crazy. That's a bold move out of herO. herO, he counterattacks. He's not defending with the Tempest. Yeah, Lings are moving in. Queens, they focus on the Void Ray. This is so greedy from herO. Again, the Tempest, they could be popping up here, but hero's gonna lose everything. Yeah, he's gonna lose everything. 17, 18, 19 probes go down. The base as well. This is not worth it for herO. I mean, we'll see. He kills the 4th. herO, he needs to kill the 3rd. He needs that 3rd base. As herO, he gives up on his own. It's gonna be 2 base versus 2 base. True. There's no anti-air. There's only 1 queen. The other queens, no, the queens, they're waddling home. The 4 queens, they're gonna be so late. There's only 3 queens to defend, no transfuse. Yeah, no transfuse, these queens will die. But there's 11 corruptors on the way. Just buying time for the corruptors. We're getting messy. We're getting messy. Yeah, this time herO won't kill it. Yeah, herO is going to be full. No, he misses the recall. He misses the recall. He'll lose an extra Tempest. Oh, no. And misplaced recall out of herO. Corruptors have arrived. And hero's going to Mass Void Ray. He's going into Mass Void Ray instead. I mean, Void Rays, they are the counter to the Corruptor. True, true. But he needs more Voids. Corruptors are coming. Tempests are out in the open. Yeah, herO should not be here. herO, he's out of position. herO, he should lose every Tempest. Yeah, herO just completely out of position here. Void Ray goes down. Tempests go down. Void Rays are doing what they can, but they have no supports. And herO can't expand. Yeah, he cannot expand. GG gets called. We're going all the way to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, herO, he went for a bold decision, a bold move to counterattack with a Tempest. He lost his own third base, he lost his mineral line. If he had saved his probes, then maybe he could have pulled that off. But more importantly, herO, he missed the recall and he got caught out in the open with those Tempests. If he had kept them at his natural, then maybe he could have turtled up, built up a Void Ray count, and macroed out of that game instead. But go caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match. This can still go either way. This can still go either way. We're going all the way to game 5. Who will be this week's champion? Will it be herO? Will it be Solar? Let's go. Let's go. Let us find out. Ay, ay, ay. Whew. As we're getting ready for that final game. Final game, baby. But here we go. Looks like we're just kind of setting up for that. The final game is going to be where exactly? Un momento. Un momento. Yeah, it looks like the players, they need a moment here to determine that final map. Un momento, papi, un momento. But I do kind of favor Solar on these smaller maps. I mean, as we get into a larger map here, Solar, he was still undeterred when it comes to an all-in, and he has all-in 4 games in a row so far, so honestly, there's a very high chance he'll all-in in Game 5. We should be seeing a safer build out of herO, but maybe this is where Solar tries to mind game, right? He's like, hey, look, I've all-in 4 games in a row. There's no should I do it again, right? So let's you know, actually commit and I try to catch herO with his pants down. The mind games, pappy. We'll see. We shall see. This looks like our players that need some time. Need some time. And also a shout out to Stegosaurus, of course. Shout out to Stegosaurus. He did give some gifted subs to the community earlier. So big shout out to Stegosaurus. A big shout out to Pig as well. To Pig for sponsoring the event. For sponsoring. Stegosaurus for organizing. Coming together, bringing together the PiGosaur Cup. True. Also a big shout out to Pig because he's going to be hosting and organizing the Pigsty event as well, the Pigsty Festival, the Pigsty Cup. That should be in the coming weeks, I believe, is going to be the qualifiers. We might cast that. I know that we did cast the qualifiers for, I think it was like two editions ago, PiGosaur Cup. Sorry, Pigsty. But I don't know if we'll be able to do so this time. We'll see. Definitely a maybe on that one. Is gonna be a maybe. The problem is that our schedule is really busy at the moment because we miss so much, right? Because we've been so inactive in January. We've got a lot of catching up to do with Thunderfire, with Home Story Cup, with Rongi Cup as well. So our schedule is actually very, very full at the moment because of all of that, and there's not really that much time for the pig qualifiers. At least for us, I should say. But yeah, like February and March, they're gonna be the months of catching up. Catching up. Yeah. Yo, did something happen? Oh no, I bugged. Sorry. Apparently I bugged out. Oh no. So for those that are curious, in my perspective, I was just chilling, just waiting in the party, waiting for anything to happen. My bad. Okay, we're good. Jeez. But yeah, from my perspective, I was just chilling in the party, like we're just waiting for anything. I was like, that's kind of weird. Like no one's speaking, no one's talking. So my bad. My apologies. Te queremos, papi. Thank you. Gracias. Shout out to the casters. Mioja, Pig, Pacheca. My apologies. As we're getting into the ace match here, getting to the final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Ah. See all the cast is freaking out in the chat. I'm sorry. My apologies. I didn't realize. Didn't realize that I was bugged out. Smurge. Whew, but here we go. We are getting into our next game. We're getting into the ace match. The final game of the series is going to be loading into Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a very small map of the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. All-ins and aggression are favored here, and we've seen solo all-in 4 games in a row, so we should be seeing one again, I would imagine. Like, I'll be honest. That's specifically because we're loading into Tourmaline. Oh. Okay. Hatchable gas. A slightly later gas, guys. You're here for Solar. Slightly. I feel bad. Not like this. But it's all good. As we're getting into, again, that ace match. We have been varying up when it comes to our tech, when it comes to our builds. We have been seeing nothing but Stargate play. That is true. Do we go Stargate Tempest Rush again? 3 games in a row. I mean, I do like the idea of that on Tourmaline more so than the previous map, more so than White Rabbit. True. But maybe we've had too much fun. Maybe too much fun. Yeah, no. As here we go. It is going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate open out of herO once again. Meanwhile, we do have Solar setting up and claiming his own third. So far, everything's looking normal. So far, so good. Here, he has been mixing in his Void Ray openers from time to time. We could see that again. Could see it again. I'm so frazzled after being bugged. Like, I feel so bad. For now, though, it's no Void Ray. No Void Ray is going to be an Oracle opener out of herO. From here, he's going to be moving out, hunting down the initial Overlord. So we've had enough fun. We had enough fun here with the Void Rays, with the shenanigans. Likewise, early Eva Chamber. Okay, for the first time this series, early Chamber out of Solar. He's playing standard. +1 melee. +1 melee, Ling Hydra. Higher chance he skips roaches. Do we finally get a standard game? Do we is it happening? For the first time this series? As we mentioned, yep, +1 melee. Early Eva Chamber. It's going melee, going Ling Hydra. Technically, this could be Ling Muta, but on a small map, there's less of a chance of that happening. Yeah, Oracle opener, third base, Twilight Council Forge. That everything's looking normal from both players. Oh, they're crazy. Now, I say everything's looking normal. I did mention earlier at the start of the series that herO has been very fond of early charge-based timings. If he does open up charge here, then there's a higher chance that he can break Solar because Solar is skipping Banelings and Roaches, right? Solar is going Ling Hydra, so this would be the best kind of opportunity for something like that to catch a player off guard. We'll see. As herO's poking in, he's got the 6 adepts. Doesn't commit to the shade, but does get eyes on the 4th. So here he's here to force a cancel. Baneliness has been thrown down, so Soul's playing somewhat safe. And nice cancellation. Stronger start for herO. Standard follow-up, not charge, +1 on Blink. So standard follow-up here, +1 on Blink Stalker out of herO. Ling Bane, should be Ling Bane Hydra out of Solar. So So far, so good. So far, so good. Yeah, so they almost get surrounded. Poking in, that's a massive commitment here into Lings. Solo trying to force a cancel. Back at home, we have plenty of warp-ins. Shield battery here, he's fine. He's set up here at his third. And Solar, oh, does defend his own. Solo's keeping up, does bleed out a couple of drones, but nothing major. 3 drones go down, acceptable losses. Hydra has been scouted. herO is now aware it is going to be a Lingbane Hydra. Lings, they try to slip in, but they're going to be punished. Going to be shut down. And here a splash damage of choice, not Colossus, going into Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm. Here he's taking up. I will say that Solo's going to be working with a very mobile composition. Again, for the first time this series, Lingbane Hydra. It's building up into 4-base saturation. This can eventually lead into Lurkers. Or we can max out. Nice catch on the drones. No Spore. No Spore in position. Queens not quite able to keep up. 5 more drones go down. Nice run by here. Nice flyby out of herO. And he's setting up defensively. Setting up. Solo, we're waiting to see if Solo decides to tech or not. We're waiting for an infestation pit. Otherwise, he's just going to commit with Lair tech instead. Which can still work quite well here. Tourmaline, again, short rush distance, very open map as well. Open entrance here into the natural, open entrance into the third base. Oh, and here is going to turtle going into Sky Toss. I don't know if he can pull this off. I'll be honest, I'm not sure he can pull this off here. Again, this map, it is very difficult to turtle up on. You can see how isolated this 4th base is. Again, it's on the low ground. Yeah, hero's trying to poke out now. If Solo was teching, then herO could pull this off, but Solo isn't. Solo, he's maxing out. He's committing. Solo joining up to 82 workers. He's not joining up any further. He's not getting a hive. He's not getting a lair. Sorry, he's not getting a lurker den is what I meant to say. Just pure Lingbane Hydra. Solo, he's almost maxed. And I don't see herO saving his 4th, to be honest. It's just so difficult to defend on this map. So, oh, nice catch on the Overload, though. Okay. That distracts. That distracts. Solo, he's distracted. That does buy a couple of seconds. But again, herO should never defend this base. Bailey's they crash in. They knock down the cannons. herO tries to react. Oh, the Banelings though. Yeah, Banelings are rolling forward. They do catch some of the High Templar. Massive connections. Templar go down. Zelts as well. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. They have a decent storm on the Zerglings, but the base does fall, and that's all that Solo wanted. He kills the 4th base. At the same time, oh, Lings, they attempt to run by. Lings, they attempt to run by. Spire is now on the way. Solo, he's still maxed. He's now taking somewhat. And again, like, as we mentioned before, on this map, like these areas are just so open. They're just so open. Like there's no choke points. What can herO do? What can he do? Pappy does land a storm. I sound like getting, sorry, the Stalker's getting called out. 22 probe kills. Bailey run by here on the right hand side. Yeah, and herO, he just cannot keep up. Not like this. Not on this map. Again, trying to play standard, trying to macro on Tourmaline and ZVP. Insanely difficult. Solo sunsets forward. Catching out all the stalkers, catching out the base, and Solo's done it. Solo, he has done it. The Bailey's a roll in towards the natural. Right, Templar, they cannot hold their own. Bailey's a crash in. Down goes the fourth base once again. And there's nothing at the third. The third base is empty. There's no workers, no saturation. Here, he has built up into a couple of Tempests, but I mean, hey, that's what the Spire is for. So like, he has the Spire, he has access to Corruptors if need be. Already has a handful of them. Oof, oh my god, the storms are crazy. Okay. We get some crazy storms and lings on the Hydras. The storms are solid, but the problem here is that Solo can afford this. He can afford these losses. For the most part. Oof. Another storm lands. Jesus. herO defending with the bare minimum. Get a nice engagement here by herO. Solo pulls away. Rebuilding with Corruptors. Now, is there a world where herO can successfully take maybe one or two better fights, then get a fourth base? I mean, again, as I mentioned before, getting a fourth base on this map is very difficult. It's very, very difficult. The map is working against you. So even with better fights, I don't know. I'm still not convinced, but he's on the way. He's on the road. He's on the road to recovery. Carriers are amassing. The Skytoss is slowly getting larger. He's getting there. Oh, no, the mailings! Jesus. One mailing connects. So far, just one. Corruptors, they go for the dive. This is a bold move out of Solo. He's going to lose all these Corruptors. Does barely get the mothership. Now the High Templar go down and better engage for Solo. Solo, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken the High Templar. They all go down, and now there's no more storms. No storms left. herO, he does barely hold on here, but he lost so many High Templar. That was the backbone of his army. It was all this. He had what, like 7 Templar on the ground. Now he's down to 3. Getting up to 4. So tries to warp in those High Templar. Solo remaxing once again. Solo could do with more bases. That's from here. Solo, he does commit in. Oof. Once again, catching up 2 more High Templar. There's 2 Templar left. 2 Templar left. Corruptors, they shut down the carrier. They shut down the Tempest. Now it's all about the ground army. The storms are good, but they're not that good. They're not that good. Bailey's a bust on in, and Solo, he does think he breaks the third base once again for like the 3rd time. GG gets called, and Solar will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur Cup champion. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Solar. He does claim the series. Again, a very intense back and forth, as for the entirety of the series, actually, we had herO, then Solar, then herO, then Solar once again. Here, the series did end on Tourmaline. Tourmaline favors aggression. It favors aggression. It favors all-ins. And to see herO attempt to turtle in Tourmaline is crazy. It is so difficult to turtle up and to defend. Why is that? We did mention during the game, but the map is so open. The fourth base options, there's no good fourth base option. They're all very open. They're all very exposed, and every time that herO attempted to get a fourth, he was punished time and time again. It's just so accessible for the aggressing player regardless of matchup. And with that, herO got shut down. Here again, he attempted to macro, got shut down. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Solar, as he does all in 5 games in a row. I mean, that's that ZVP, baby. True. But GG, well played, congratulations. I mean, I say all in 5 games in a row. To be fair, this last game wasn't an all in. It was just solo macroing. It was just him macroing and denying the 4th base, right? There was no big commitment here. You could argue that he stayed on lair tech for a long time. That is true. But he was able to tech up into Aspire, into towards Corruptors as well to get ready for the Sky Toss. Again, just to re-emphasize, like, it is so difficult to be the turtling and defending player on Tourmaline. Borderline unable to as well. Like, you're unable to do that. So I was expecting something more aggressive out of herO, but herO, he did play standard and was punished. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Solar. GG, well played. GG. And that leads us into, bam, the rest of our week. Here. Okay. Whew, so we just wrapped up. With our Wednesday broadcast, and tomorrow we're going to be live with herO Cup. We have herO Cup, the playoffs day 2, then we have playoffs day 3, and then we have playoffs day 4. 3 days straight of herO Cup. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is going to be ahead of us. We also have the Pondcast tomorrow evening. True, we do have the Pondcast as well, so plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Currently we have Sunday free, but I believe we should be casting Thunderfire on Sunday. So we should be casting the Thunderfire All-Stars event, the Invitational. That should be on Sunday. That should be day 2. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft ahead of us. As I mentioned before, we have to catch up with herO Cup. We have to catch up with Thunderfire, and then next week we're going to be catching up with Homestory Cup. Unfortunately, we were unable to be the B stream for Homestory Cup this week. This most recent weekend, just because we were unavailable. We were unavailable, but we should be able to get back into the swing of things and go back into regular casting starting next week for the most part. Should be okay. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And again, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some herO Cup action. See you tomorrow. Otherwise, take care, everyone. Take care. Get some rest, get some food, get some water. Take care for the rest of the week and getting into the rest of the year. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Un momento. We'll find someone to raid. Who's live? Who's live? We'll find someone. I do see a lot of the casters are live at the moment. True. Tempo is streaming. Yo, it's been so long. Okay. Este Tempo. It's been a while. We could give him some love. Sure. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Right, of course, if you want to support us, you can do so. If you wish to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. So the Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. It funds Tunic Cup, it funds Duckling Open and Masters 1 Open as well. Meanwhile, you can support us via following us on YouTube, !YouTube in the chat. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, plenty of content over on YouTube. So if you are unsatiated with some StarCraft, if you want some more StarCraft, YouTube is the place to be. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.